Hey everybody, and welcome to another Crimson Scales class preview. This is just a re-upload of the stream in which we did our first impressions as voted for by my Twitch chat on what characters from the Crimson Scales community Gloomhaven kind of spin-off project we should review. And this one is the Crescent Sun, codename Crescent Sun, or the Lurker Luminary as it's otherwise known. As before, this is just a straight upload of that stream just so it didn't get lost in the Twitch archives, and some people have been really enjoying these long videos, these straight uploads of the stream. So this will be long, and apologies for that, but I will do my best to timestamp it where possible so at least you can jump around a little bit to bits that might interest you. A big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and the Twitch subs. I really appreciate the Patreon people coming up on screen now. And a big thank you to Mike Kira for the legendary support, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to come over to the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/MountainTreeQuest every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. And on Wednesdays, we're actually going to be starting this series back up again. So if you'd like to drop in and see some Crimson Scales Thoughts lives, Wednesday's going to be the stream for you. All right, without further ado, this one is a good one. Let's get into the Luminary. Lurkers are often misunderstood by different societies due to their overbearing size and intimidating demeanor. They're found in many places one wouldn't expect and tend to be drawn together in groups. Skilled with various modes of communication, lurkers are capable of integrating themselves into most habitats with ease. Lurkers also wield hidden powers that make them highly dangerous. So along the coastline south of Gloomhaven, one species of lurkers has presented with a rare mutation. Due to an unexplained natural phenomenon, certain lurkers from the area use natural sources to trigger chemical reactions and emit powerful bioluminescent auras. These lurkers, known as the Luminaries, tend to rise to leadership positions within their clans and are seen as good omens to anyone who encounters one of them. Okay, so due to an unexplained natural phenomenon, bioluminescent auras. Is that's like a fish thing, right? That's like a fish thing. They kind of glow. They're like weird colors. They have like weird because of the. I'm trying to think. There's definitely fish that do this, right? There's definitely a fish that does this, right? Butt power, like a firefly. Okay, that makes sense. Aha! Got different colored feet. All right, that's pretty cool. So that's pretty unique. It's kind of hard to compare that to anything in particular. That's a very unique like theme or idea. Gonna be interested to know like how this kind of works. It's a 4-element class. Okay. I like the symbol. I think the symbol's pretty cool. All right, 11 card hand, Luminary. Health wise, we've got a decent amount of health here. We're a little bit tankier. A little bit more on the tanky side. Not like max tank, but you know, we're up there. That's good. Glow. Okay, so here's the first mechanic, glow. The Luminary has unique persistent bonuses called glow, which you could trigger during your turn by consuming elements to perform powerful area of effect abilities.
Bitwise Bard gifted a tier 1 sub to Sadai Yako.
Hey, Bitwise Bard, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Sadai Yako. Make sure to thank them in the chat. That's very, very kind of you, Bitwise. I really, really appreciate it. And welcome to the quest, Sadai Yako. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Really appreciate it. Okay, so lots of element consumption then, as we've said, and this will trigger during your turn by consuming elements to perform. Kind of weird, because this just sounds like, I mean, I don't know what glow has to do with this, but I expect this is something to do with this. Anytime during your turn, if able, you may consume any specific elements of a glow ability to perform all abilities in the highlighted part of the action, targeting all enemies or allies in the depicted red hexes. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to see it on a card. Because, yeah, to me, this sounds like just consuming an element. Like, I don't really... Like, glow just sounds like consuming element. Like, it doesn't sound very unique. Do you know what I mean? Maybe when we see it on a card, it'll be something a bit different. Additionally, you have abilities which allow you to add effects or provide bonuses whenever you perform a glow ability. These abilities specifically only apply to when you consume an element and perform any part of the highest abilities of the glow action unless stated otherwise. Okay. Still not quite sure I'm getting it, but maybe when we see it on the card. Scuttle. You also have abilities where you may scuttle by performing a move into any depicted black hexes of an area of an effect attack. This movement may enter as many hexes as granted by the ability, but you must end the move in a depicted black hex. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like a movement, but into a very specific place. Okay. Rather than it being like move 1, 2, or whatever, it's actually a very specific movement action. That's kind of interesting. Glows are like augments, but you spend an element to use the ability. I see. Still think I'm going to see it on a card. Hey, Breno. Good to see you, buddy. Okay, let's look at some cards, because maybe that'll get more obvious as we see what the cards do. Is there any cards that actually specifically say the word glow on them? See, there's like Scuttle there. I can see the Scuttled stuff. Oh, here you go. Next glow ability. Review perks before cards this time. Oh, is that important? Okay, maybe we'll do that. If you guys are saying that, if you think that's important. I knew there was something that I forgot to open before I knew it. I knew there was something. Okay. Let's take a quick look at the perks. If that's something that's more important this time round. So remove 4+0 cards. Very good. Replace 1+0. Wow. Okay, this is an insane deck. Replace 1-1 with 1+0. Create ice card. Replace 1-1 with 1+0 fire card. With light. So same again but light. Same again but dark. Replace 1-2 with 1-2. Perform 1 glow ability card. I mean, interesting. Be interesting to see how often we can trigger this. Add 1+0 any element card. That's good. Add 1 rolling +1 heal 1 self. Add 1+0 poison. Target all enemies in a depicted area. These ones I'm not usually a huge fan of, but we'll see if the character can play well with it. But just like this is very interesting idea, but what happens when you draw it on a ranged attack? I don't know. It just seems a bit strange. Bit of a weird one. Right? Because if we're there and it's a range, I don't know. Maybe we don't do ranged attacks. Maybe it makes a lot of sense when we get into the character. Ignore negative scenario effects and remove 1+0. Ignore negative item effects and add 1 rolling. Consume any element to make another element. Okay. Well, this is a very strong perk deck, right? Very, very strong. At least it's strong at getting what it wants, right? We're not looking at lots of pluses. There's this one here, which is obviously quite a nice plus. But in terms of like this sort of stuff, it just means that we're very reliably going to be able to draw elements. We're going to be able to get what we want, which is nice. Like, it doesn't feel like the damage numbers are going up massively. Like, other classes would be like a lot of this, like removing them -1s and adding +1s and things like that kind of gets your damage numbers up more. But this feels very, very consistent, and it will allow us to make elements like, so multi-target attacks are going to be quite valuable, right? For lots of flips. But it looks like we can get a very lean deck, which is cool. Looks pretty lean to me, which I like. I like characters with lean decks. When you draw that card, you perform the separate ability. On this one? Okay. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but okay. I mean, otherwise, yeah, I would think it'd be a bit problematic, I guess, but... So it's very good then. That would be very good if you were to flip it. quite hard to get your head around, but sure. Okay, well, I mean, the perks are very good, very consistent. So lots of multi-target attacks will be good for us. All right, let's get into it. So I still feel like this glow ability needs to be. I need to like maybe reread it. It says persistent bonuses. So we must have some down here. Like I have. Okay, here's the glow stuff. Right. Okay. Good. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, I'm not seeing any glow on these first 3 cards. But there you go. There's glow. So this is a persistent ability that during our turn, we may consume fire to add wound to this kind of attack. Oh, so during your turn, we do wound to... Oh, okay, I got it. No, right, okay. It's clicked. It's clicked. Okay, it's like a persistent bonus that when... So on our turn, we can consume fire to wound everything in front of us while this is up. Then obviously when another glow is played, discard the card. Gotcha, right. So it is definitely more like augments than anything else. But it uses... It's not just... Hey, you have an augment and it happens automatically. There is some level of gameplay that you have to, you have to kind of play to do it. You have to actually consume something to do it. There is a prerequisite. And I presumably we're gonna have to put these up, right? Each glow will generate different... Yeah, and then when we play it, we generate light on this one. Okay, I get it. Okay, let's start again from that. I get that. Okay, that's starting to make sense now. That clicks. Okay, so Burning Sparks, our first card. Attack 1, PS 1. Consume fire to get +1 attack. Consume light to get +1 attack. So this could be a nice attack 3 PS 1 on 3 things. 1 XP. I guess it's pretty decent. This is... The PS makes it quite nice, actually, compared to something like... Sweeping Blow on the Brute, which is, I think, just attack 2, no pierce, no consume or anything. Like it's going to be interesting to see how much we want to use these elements for other things, like for the glow things. Like we just literally just saw a glow thing. So it's going to be interesting to see like how much we fight with ourselves almost. But this is good. I think pierce is one of those things that we've discussed before that when you're a little bit nervous about maybe increasing this value, because you don't want to make it too strong, putting something like PS1 or PS2 actually kind of helps to counter some of those problems where like just a scaling attack up might make it a bit too strong. This just makes it kind of last a little bit longer, more usable against more enemies, won't completely become irrelevant once enemies start getting shield. Just keeps it around for longer and nice. And yeah, I guess we get the 1 XP regardless if we consume as well. So yeah, it's not bad. This is pretty good. Hey, Mineral. You can make it PS2 as well. Yeah, you can enhance this, which is not too bad. This is solid. Nothing crazy. And like I said, it's going to depend on how much we want to use these elements for the glow abilities or other things. So there's probably I'm already seeing that there's probably going to be a really nice sort of flow to playing this character, and that's probably not gonna... I'm probably not going to get that immediately, or I'm probably not even going to get it, like, I'd have to play the character maybe to get that kind of flow. But I'm, the way of, like, Triangles has a very good flow to it. Like, once you play this, then you play this, then you play this. Like, you generate this element to use this card, which generates this element to play that card, which does this. And you have this nice kind of combo synergy type thing. And I wonder if this character has a similar thing going on, because when you have element generation, the character generally tends to work in that way, because you need that you need that generate to then make, then generate to make. You need to kind of do that sort of stuff. 33 initiative is early-ish, not great. That's an okay initiative for like middle order. Probably not going to be a leading initiative though. That's unlikely you would ever lead on 33. Attack 2, move 1. That's pretty decent too. Although, obviously this is much better value if it was the other way around, so that you could maybe move towards an enemy and attack them that way. This would need an enemy to be right by you, and then I guess you could move away. I mean, if you had a way to immobilize them, then this sort of style is much better, right? But there's no immobilize on this, so we would need to look for maybe a top action that would immobilize or something. But it's interesting. I mean, it's a pretty solid card, chat. Pretty solid. Is that a positive comment about triangles? Kinda. Well, I mean, like, it's... I think, to be honest, that's one of the reasons why I kind of dislike the class, is because I like playing flexible classes that do damage, run in and stuff, and I find triangles to be less flexible than most. Even though there's a lot of different build diversity, the fact that if you don't create elements with a plan to consume them on the following turns, you just don't earn experience points. You just have a very underwhelming game. So it's quite punishing in that respect. So although the character is flexible in terms of your build decisions, it's actually quite inflexible in terms of like gameplay mechanics, because if you don't have the elements, you definitely feel less useful, especially early levels. Higher levels doesn't matter quite so much, but lower levels you really feel it. Chilling Wave. Okay, attack 3, consume dark to add stun. Yep, gonna be doing that. Attack 3 and stun, very, very good. We'll be taking that all day. Thank you very much. You may move 1 into any of the depicted black hexes if you do join it. So this is Scuttle. So you may move 1 into any of the depicted black hexes, which is one of these 2, if you do generate ice. I think that's pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that you want to do. And that's a way to generate an element fairly easily. It's a free movement as well. Although you can't get away from the enemy. You kind of sidestep them, which is it's a bit weird. Because obviously if it was just free movement, if this was just a free move 1, but chances are you're probably going to move away from the enemy, not to the side of the enemy. Like, it's unlikely that that's what you want to do, unless you're trying to free up a hex for one of your friends. Like, let's say they really need to get to this hex for whatever reason. Maybe they have, you know, some crazy attack that's going to hit somebody behind or something like that. Like, they really want this hex for whatever reason. So this is a nice way for you to not have to waste a bottom action to get out of their way. But realistically, you probably want to move away from enemies most of the time. And this doesn't quite do that. But you get to generate ice, so I think you're probably going to be doing this if you can. I don't see why you wouldn't. The chances are that this doesn't have much of a bearing on focus, unless, of course, there's more enemies to either side, in which you may be able to out-focus something else. But it has no relevance to the focus of this figure, so... But you are stunning it, so this couldn't do anything. Then maybe the focus from this guy. It's interesting. The gameplay implications of this are interesting. But I think you're going to do it, because you're going to generate ice. So I think you're going to want to do it, right? I missed a newt. Ba, ba. Maybe put you in a tougher spot for an element. Yeah, or maybe a better spot. Slightly better. Scuttling helps element generation, but more importantly, it's super crab-like. Yeah, I guess it's really thematic that that you kind of get to shuffle from side to side. But it could also be like here in... Well, like, it's kind of like forward, isn't it? It'd be interesting if it was like here, here, or here. I don't know. Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of it. 39 initiative. Not a great initiative for a stun. Not great initiative for a stun, that's for sure. So you probably will pair this with something for this, I would think. The bottom adds stun to your next glow ability this round. Okay. Perform a glow ability without consuming an element. 2 XP. And it's a single round, right? And it's a loss too. Ooh. I mean, adding stun could be really good, right? If we can AoE stun, that's pretty good. And you wouldn't have to consume an element. This is one of those kind of cards that I generally don't like this type of thing. I didn't like it on triangles. I don't like it on Gem and 8. Although I haven't played the Germinate, and I think the Germinate might actually be slightly different, but I don't like the, what I like to call, like shortcut cards or kind of easy mode cards. They're usually like, if you can't get the character to work for whatever reason, here's an ability that kind of just makes it happen. So for triangles, you've got Shaping the Ether, right? Which just generates you an element at the end of every round. It's useful, but I think a good player can get around that problem by generating, like, you know, playing the combos and making sure they're generating when they need them. And Germinate has the one where you can swap cards, I believe. You can swap hands easier. So it kind of like, it makes it a bit easier to play the mechanic. So I'm not a huge fan of this general idea. However, this is really quite nice. So if you could combo this with something good, then it might make the whole package actually like a really usable ability, like in a pinch. But it's interesting. Could you scuttle before or after the attack? No, you need to do it after. You have to do the card from top to bottom. You're not sure you'd say it's the same thing? This lets you just do a second glow for no elements. Well, I'm not sure, because glow's like an augment, right? You only have one glow up at any one time, right? So I could see, like, we just briefly looked at this, right? I can see it being, this being quite a good use, right? But what you're saying is that if you use the glow on the first turn or something? AK, you could, oh, you could use the same glow twice. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant like a different glow. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess in theory, you kind of could use a different glow. No, I guess you couldn't, because you'd need to play. Maybe there is some shenanigans there. I don't know, but it's too early to say. But yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously doing this twice is not really what you'd want to do, but maybe there's like one that gives a little attack, or yeah, there's a curse one there. So maybe there is some other things to do it. But like I said, in general, I'm not a huge fan of this kind of thing, and this is probably the worst of this kind of effect because it's like literally a one shot. But we've got 11 cards. If it gets you out of trouble, and this is quite powerful, like adding stun as well into the mix could be what kind of takes it to the next level. So I like what they've done here. I think it elevates, and it'd be interesting to see like how hard it is to glow, and what like if you actually will struggle to do it, and if so, then this card becomes a bit more of a workhorse. But having it on the bottom makes it a little bit awkward, right? Because it means you can't move and do it at the same time unless you have some kind of top move I'm not aware of. So there is an element of this just needs to kind of work for you at a certain point as well. So, and the top is quite strong effect. So I do like cards that are generally like this. A top that's very usable all the time. Like if you can use this reliably, I think you're going to want to do it as much as possible, right? This is just really strong. And generating ice too. Like this is a very, very strong combination. And if you can continually do this over and over and over again, and then maybe in a pinch when you need to towards the end of a scenario, bang, you can have a really big impactful turn with this. I think that's fine. I think it's pretty good. Like that's a good card in my opinion. A very, you know, a good usable top action, and the bottom has like something that situationally or perhaps like longevity of the dungeon wise, it makes sense to burn later for like a big turn, just when you know you just need to get the scenario over the line, and this kind of thing can do that for you. So yeah, good card. Flickering Lights, attack 3. If a target occupies the hex, generate the element shown. Okay, so this is this is a bit similar to that other class, right? But yeah, so you're here and you can attack here, here, or here. So 3 in front. That's a very common pattern, so that shouldn't be too hard to do. Potentially you could generate 3 elements. That's very nice. Very, very nice. Or at the very least, you can kind of pick and choose maybe between a couple. You could probably orientate at least the first 2 to choose either dark or ice. Fire, sorry. Could be generate all 4. Oh, yeah, and then you can generate light here with the scuttle at the end, right? Left or right. Okay, that's kind of cool. The only thing you don't get is the earth. It is a burn, though. But is it? This is the kind of thing that is probably worthy of a burn, though. If you could generate 4 elements and you burn a card, I mean, that's not too dissimilar to, what is it? Chromatic Explosion on the Spellweaver? Not dissimilar. And that's a quite a high-level card. So, yeah, I quite like this. Especially if all of the elements are relevant and it sets you up for, like, a really good next turn. Like, you just got, like, an amazing next turn as well. That could be quite good. For a burn, like, attack style card, I like this. I think this is pretty good. Is it a common melee pattern for range? Do you see it a lot? Well, you can just move into it, right? I mean, even so, maybe you might not see it with the melee, but like this guy will try and get to here, right? Ideally, they're going to try and get to the surrounds. But I think like this type of pattern to me just screams that what you'd want to do is you'd want to go early and just move straight into it, right? It's like not like a door opening, but because I mean, it's unlikely in a door opening situation. I guess they're already in this pattern, but you know what I mean? Like you see them in that pattern and you're like, right, now's the time to strike, and you go for it. And 19 initiative kind of allows you to do that, right? So, oh, I mean common enemy orient. Yes, sorry. When I say that, I mean like a common. Yeah, you're right. It's not like it's something that you would see very often on a melee attack to attack 2 in front and then 1 behind. I guess that's, well, you do generally get quite a few, but they're generally like the big stacked ones, right? Like Flamethrower is a kind of a bit like that, but it's a bit different. You've got on triangles, you've got Boiling Arc. That's like a kind of a big one. You do get them, but yeah, it's not like I guess it's not hugely common. And also maybe these hexes, it looks a bit strange because of the extra hexes in the pattern. But yeah, when I say common orientation, what I mean is that enemies often fall into triangles, right? And it's a very, in terms of like grouping of enemies, I feel like this is, you know, probably the most common pattern that you can find. I would say maybe outside of, obviously, a full circle around you is also pretty common, like a kind of half moon, because enemies will always try and attack you, right? Or melee will, at least. Flamethrower is exactly like that, actually. Oh, there you go. There you go. Flamethrower. So yeah, I like it. Hey, Tut. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I like this. I think it's good. 19 initiative too, which means that it's very playable to try and get this like off early. It'd be interesting to see what this bottom is though. So heal 2 self, loot 1. If you loot 2 or more money tokens with this ability, it generates an element. Ooh. Any element too. That's a really good ability. Like I would play this if it was just this and this maybe, but obviously you loot 2 or more. Oof. Can you reliably loot 2 or more? I'll tell you what, this is the kind of thing that will politic the game quite a lot, because you now have an incentive to loot more than 1 token. So when an ally is like, I'm going to go and get that loot, you actually have like a legitimate gameplay reason other than just pure greed to say to them, no. Please leave those tokens because I need them because I'm going to go and get an element, right? Or something. You know? Like, you actually have a legitimate gameplay implicated reason rather than just pure greed. I want more. Do you ever know if they'll do another printing of Crimson Scale? I missed out on this. Yes, they are currently doing a survey to see if people will be up for a second printing. So go on the website, fill out the survey. I think Nitz has already just posted you the link. But yes, they are currently gathering numbers for that. So this is a bit awkward though, right? Because this kind of card, you've got a burn top that is situational. You're probably not going to want to do it maybe the first turn or maybe even like the first round of play. You might do this midway through the scenario. I'm not sure exactly when 100% you want to do it, but a situation has to arise in which you want to do it. It's not like a passive ability or something that it's like, oh yeah, I play this in turn 1 or I play this very early on in the scenario. Like you're waiting for the right set of circumstances to play this top. The initiative is good. The bottom, though, is again something that you can't really play just when needed, right? Which means that this card may end up being a 19 initiative move 2. And I don't know how much I like that. It depends on how many initiatives we have. This is the lowest initiative we've seen so far. So if we have other low initiatives, maybe that won't come into play. I don't know. But my worry about this card is that it may end up being just a 19 initiative move 2 a fair bit. And that might be okay, but that's probably not on the best scale. You know, there are other cards that other characters have that are lower initiative than this that I'm much more happy to use that for. So we'll see. How is the wording money token to be revised after Frosthaven? Would it be loot or really money? I think they're just called loot tokens. This might be old. Yeah, this might be old templating. I don't know when this character was created, but it could well be that this was templated with the old, like the old kind of Gloomhaven rules in mind. Or it could just be because literally they are money tokens in the physical Gloomhaven game. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but probably something to do with that. You find this super interesting since you think this is one of the most powerful loot actions, especially given scuttle tops. Well, that's a good point, actually. Didn't think about it in that way. If you do scuttle, so let's say you did this. You scuttle here. Let's say you attack this. Maybe you didn't kill it. I mean, maybe you did. Who knows? Maybe you killed it. And maybe you can scuttle here. Then maybe you can get a loot 2 off. But again, I still feel like you're maybe in trouble. It's interesting. Scuttle is a really interesting mechanic, actually, because it's maybe not steering you away from danger, but it is giving you just that little bit of mobility, which can allow you to end your turn on a loot token, possibly like every turn, right? Or without having to then sacrifice bottom move actions to do that. You could just maybe get yourself on there. And then because you loot at the end of your turn, if you were on top of a loot token. So let's say, yeah, let's say we scuttled. We can even say like, let's say we attack like this. We killed this guy, right? Maybe we didn't kill the others. If we were to scuttle it, sorry, let's say there was a loot token here and we killed this guy with this attack and now there was a loot token here. If we went here with scuttle and then we did a loot 1, we would technically pick up the loot token underneath us as well, right? So that would be 2. So you only really need to be on top of a loot token and have 1 more adjacent to you in order to get the 2. Right? Because you do the end of turn looting at the end of turn. So it's still on the board at that point in time. So realistically, it shouldn't be too hard to get 2 tokens. As long as you're doing good damage and you're maybe using your scuttle as well. So yeah, I can see that. So this is a very interesting one. I really like the theme of this. It's actually making a loot card fun and interesting. And that's a win in my book because most loot cards in base Gloomhaven are not fun or interesting, in my opinion. So, it's well done. Good job on that one, because I really dislike vanilla loots, right? And actually works very well with Scuttle as a mechanic. Frosty Glimmer. Heal 2, range 3. Consume ice, +1 heal, +1 range. Consume dark to target 2. 1 XP. Okay, so a nice little heal here. Heal 3. So heal 3, range 3 is kind of like the baseline. So it's, well, actually, maybe heal 3, range 2 is more of the baseline, but it's in there. It's sort of like there or thereabouts. +1 heal to make it a 3 and a range 4. That's pretty useful. I think the target 2 is probably what you want to shoot for, though. I think if you can just consume dark on this and heal 2 people, maybe yourself and somebody else. You are a melee class by the looks of it, so you are going to need a bit of healing, most likely, at some point. So I don't dislike having a bit of healing in your deck. I think this is probably okay. I mean, however, Dark is much better used on that last card that we saw. The stun, right? I mean, you want to use Dark for this stun, really. But depending on how often we generate elements, perhaps we generate Dark a lot. So maybe we have multiple chances to use it. It's interesting. It's a decently weighted heal card, I think. I think it's pretty well balanced. I quite like it. I think it's a utility one, which I like. I generally hate big single target heals, and the fact this actually has the ability to be a target too. Remove poison off of yourself and somebody else, or wound, or just give that little bit of value as you go. I think is quite important. So like I hate it when you have to play like a heal action on one person to remove their poison, and the next turn you have to do a heal action on somebody else to remove their poison. It feels really, really inefficient to go around removing poison and wounds and other effects off of people individually. But being able to target, let's say, 2 people with a heal 2, remove both of those things, or remove a wound from one person and just heal somebody else up, like it's nice, right? It works well. High ceiling, but low 4. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. 55 initiative, rubbish. Like, I hate any initiative that's around 50, between 50 and 60, because it's just, you could never use it as a leading initiative, really. So this is never going to come into play as its initiative. Move 3, consume dark to +1 move and jump. Consume fire to ignore all traps and disarm 1 trap moved through. Interesting. I mean, this is great. +1 move and jump. This is really good. Also means that you won't have to try and thematically try and associate how a lurker wears boots. I mean, or can they wear multiple sets? I don't know. It seems really weird. Ignoring all traps and disarm 1 trap move through. It's a bit weird because I guess that kind of almost gives this jump, where it gives you at least one of the benefits of jump without having to consume dark for the jump. Obviously, if you consume dark for jump, this kind of is whatever, but the 1 trap move through could be interesting, especially if one member of your team does not have any kind of jump or any way to interact with traps, any way to just get past the trap. There are a lot of scenarios where they just put traps, in front of doors and be like, what you gonna do? So if you don't have push to push an enemy through it, or jump to get over it yourself, or sometimes pull, but pull is harder to use in those situations sometimes. So yeah, I mean, this is a nice little bit of utility, right? Help the teammate with no jump. Yeah. Although I'm still like, I don't really know how a crab jumps, but I mean, there might be jumping crabs. So, but it's a necessary thing for like the game's mechanics. So I have to maybe suspend it. I've never seen a jumping crab before. They have 6 legs. Arguably, they'd be better at jumping. Yeah, but they'd have to be like coordinated, right? I don't know. I've just never seen a crab jump. 6-legged spring leap. I mean, then how do snakes in Gloomhaven jump then? They got no legs. Explain. Explain that. Oh. This is quite a nice card, I think, because it does, like, there's going to be situations when you're going to want to play the top, and there's going to be situations when you want to play the bottom. So it's quite a flexible card to have in your hand, right? You're not going to be unhappy with just moving towards a door and healing yourself or a buddy up for 2. It's not the best thing in the world, but you get an XP for it. You're progressing your character on, and it's a turn filler that's not a bad turn filler. It actually helps before you go into another room. And likewise, if you just need a bit of extra movement, or you need to get through the trap, or whatever, you've got something awkward you need to deal with, you've got a usable move on the bottom too. So it's a very, like, it's one of those kind of cards where it's nothing glamorous, but it's going to get stuff done for you, and it's going to be flexible, and yeah, you're going to find yourself using both halves. They've got a strong core. They've got one giant foot. Okay. So yeah, Frosty Glimmer, pretty decent. Right, so glow. First glow ability. Okay, so we've already sort of taken a look at this. Heat waves, glow. During your turn, we can consume fire to add wounds. So that's the glow ability. So that's going to go up in front of us like an augment. When we play this card, though, we generate light element. We get 1 XP, and obviously this stays out in front of us. And when another glow is played, discard this card. Same as augments. You can only have 1 glow. I imagine there might be a similar card to like the Mind Thief had, which allowed them to have multiple augments. It'd be interesting to know if that comes up at some point. But that is, I think adding wound or just being able to wound everything in front of you at some point is quite strong. It really is quite strong. And instead of it just being like the problems with augments, and the biggest problem I think with the Mind's Weakness is that it works on every attack that you make. Whereas this is kind of limited a little bit more in its usability, right? You can wound, but you could only wound the 3 things in front of you, right? So
Phew. Too hard to use Bezos Bucks on mobile.
Hey, Malcondrian. Thank you so much, buddy, for the resub. 5 months. I really appreciate it. Hey, you used to not be able to use Prime Gaming subs on mobile. That sucked. It's only recently that they've done it. It's because Apple, I think it was like because Apple weren't allowing you to like skip through on the, like they have to take a cut of every transaction or something. And then they couldn't make it work on Android or something either. But yeah, but thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Welcome back. The quest continues, my friend. Yeah, so I like it. I like this because it limits how good it can be to somewhat, but it gives you a cool effect. So I think this is a nice kind of like reworking of that kind of idea, and it sidesteps that issue of, well, it's going to maybe get too broken. Because obviously if this just said during your turn, add wound to your attack, you're suddenly looking at potentially like, you know, gonna wound 3 things, and you can get all these, like maybe if we have bigger AoEs coming up, there's a problem there, right?
7 months, baby.
7 months, baby. Thank you so much, Kira. I really appreciate it. Welcome back, my friend. I really appreciate all the support over the 7 months. The quest continues, my friend. Good to have you here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So overall, you decide for a specific glow and try to generate that glow element more often and change glow, let's say, per room. I don't know yet. I'm actually not too sure. I mean, the way that these guys generate elements makes me more inclined to think you want to cycle these a bit more, because unlike like an augment, you play it, you get like an XP for playing it, right? But then it just stays out and there's no real other benefit to playing another one apart from getting an XP. If these guys generate elements, which can be very useful for you, then it kind of makes sense, right? To rotate them a bit more. 73 initiative it's a late-ish initiative, but it's not as late as it could be. And you got a nice little move to create ice. This kind of stuff is always going to be good. It's always going to be good. It moves you around the scenario, and it gives you an element to probably fuel your engine for what your character does. So this kind of stuff is always going to be pretty like required for this type of kind of character, really. Any kind of element using class really needs something like this, because it allows you to play a consuming element top, right? So it allows me to like play this. Probably a bad example because we generate ice through that, but let's say this allows you to do this, right? While then also making an element for your next turn. So on the next turn, you consume the ice and then you make something else, right? That's how triangles really works, is, you know, consume, make. So consume on the top, make on the bottom, consume on the top, make on the bottom, and you just constantly do that, and you can find a nice combination of cards to play, right? So I think that this effect is very strong. Just chuck a couple of wound on things. Wound is excellent. So I think this is a very good glow effect. And the bottom is also very good. So you're probably going to want to play this a fair bit for ice. Be interesting to know if this class kind of, although it consumes a lot of elements, it'd be interesting to find out if, as we go, we end up finding like 1 or 2 elements that are a bit more premium and that we want to kind of keep up more often, and maybe we focus a bit more on this. I mean, this side of things though makes me feel that that's maybe not so much the case, because obviously this is a bit more of a, hey, it could be a bit of a crapshoot what you get, but if we have a bit more control over it and we can focus our build into like we want these 2 or 3 elements maybe more often than not, then that'd be interesting. So maybe this will either go up or down in how much we need it, sort of thing. It's a nice character, high skill cap. Yeah, I think so. I think that this is a really good. So far, it feels like it's going to be fairly difficult to play, but quite rewarding. So Moonbeam is another glow. During your turn, we can consume dark to add curse, and that's missing that middle hex from the previous one, but it's essentially the same. Maybe a bit harder. Like with this kind of thing, you're probably going to be hitting like this or this, this or this. It's unlikely with this ability you're hitting this and this. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit, but I always feel like enemies are... Maybe this is just me not being able to get my head around the rotation or not, but it definitely is weaker, I would say, than this. Maybe a little bit harder to set up. Maybe not. Scuttle's going to be interesting, because Scuttle's going to help a lot with this kind of stuff, huh? Like, Scuttle's going to allow you to potentially set these things up, maybe. It's hard to really judge that. Can you trigger a glow with an element on the turn you play the glow? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I would presume so, because it just says during your turn. Like, so I presume activating a glow is not like an action. It's like something that you can just do, right? Let's get back to the thing. Like, you just have the chance to, right? Which you can trigger during your turn by consuming elements. So as long as you can consume the element, yeah, I don't see why not. Anytime during your turn, you may consume an element for a glow ability. Yeah. So, including the turn you played it, if the element was there. Yeah. Don't see why not. So yeah, you could immediately, like, play this and wound a load of people, or play this and curse a bunch of people. This seems quite good. You like the curse glow a lot, but you're a big fan of a few non-glow dark consumers. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, though. This is consuming dark, which... As we know, we've seen a very good use of that already. And also, this could potentially be a fairly decent use of it. Cursing is one of those things that if you can hit that threshold of curses, if you can get up into, 8 to 10 curses, the maximum number of curses is 10. If you can get up to high levels and you start to give the enemy muddle and things like that, then curse can really bear out as very, very strong mechanic, like an incredibly strong mechanic. But also, if you were to say over the course of a scenario, do this and maybe get like 4 or maybe 5 or 6 curses into the enemy's deck over the course of time, there is a chance that they never draw it. There is a chance, depending on number of players and things. I mean, it's possible, right? It might be unlikely at times, but it is possible. So I've never been a huge fan of small amounts of curses, because I like to have the game under my own control as much as possible. And cursing does kind of put it back into the RNG element of the game, saying, I hope they're going to draw it at a future turn. But having said that, if this is not really like taking up a whole action, this is something that's going to be there, and potentially you can do it when it's convenient. So it's a bit different. Like you can't value it the same way as like you would value. Like, so for example, if this was a top action and I played it specifically just to do this, it would be a really poor value for this action. It really would be. But because it's something that maybe you can just kind of incrementally add as you go, it's probably not as bad. Like it's actually might be a bit better. Like I know I'm playing like my full crazy curse build at the moment on Deadly Mondays, where we're playing with Music Note, Cthulhu, and who else are we playing with? Music Note, Cthulhu, and Triangles. So we're playing like full-blown curse build with level 7 Cthulhu, and we're not steamrolling like scenarios. It's still hard, and we are cursing a bunch. So It's interesting. It's interesting, but yeah, maybe just having a little bit extra is worth it. And you can generate ice, which is, again, another reason to play these cards is probably just to make an element as well. So, you know, that helps a bunch. Move to create fire. I think fire had a really good one here, which I think you probably want to do. But I don't think we've seen another. Oh yeah, another good fire would be the wound, right? So this would be a good way to get wound going. So maybe this bottom is actually pretty useful because I would think I'd probably want to play the top of heat waves quite a bit. So yeah, maybe this is a good fuel for that. 85 initiative is quite nice late initiative though. So this is starting to really get towards that end of order, which is kind of like what you want sometimes. So based on what you've seen, you'd use this for the bottom to fuel the wound glow. Dark is better used elsewhere. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think that's a good way of seeing it. So far, seems like glow tops are paired with a move plus element bottom. Yeah, so far. Let's see if that trend continues. Oh, spoiler, it does. Radiant glare. During your turn, immobilize. Here we go. So here's the one that I thought like could work quite well with that bottom attack that we had. Was it the first card we even saw? Yeah, so we had a move away that we could have done here. Probably can't see it on there, but here, right? So I think that this is immobilize actually plays really well into this kind of ability. So that's interesting. The pattern on this as well is quite nice because you could, in theory, just immobilizing the guy at the back might actually stop that guy from doing anything anyway, right? So that's kind of interesting. Create fire, 1 XP again, and play another glow. In terms of usefulness, I think that this is probably... I mean, it's probably pretty similar to this. Probably in the same kind of ballpark. Maybe a little bit more because immobilize can be quite strong. And because you can do it at any point on your turn as well, at any time, you can kind of do it at the point where you need to do it, right? Like you can do it in a like you can still play your move, you can still play your regular attack. You can probably make this work much easier than say another like immobilize, like sometimes is chucked on like bottoms and things like that. Like you can probably get away from enemies fairly easily with this immobilize, right? Hey, Snapcaster Mage, you just joined. How does glow work? So glow is similar to an augment from the Mind Thief, basically. It's a very simple way of explaining it. So when you play a glow card, it goes into your active area, and then it will stay there until you play another glow card, or you choose to discard it, I guess. But it creates an element when it's played, gets you an XP, and then on your turn, at any point in time, you can consume the element shown on the glow to do the action in the kind of area of effect that it has. That makes sense? So it's basically like a reworked augment that feels a little bit more kind of balanced and a bit more interesting, instead of it being like, oh, you just want to play one augment all the time because it's the strongest augment, the Mind's Weakness, right? You end up sort of playing that constantly. Actually feels like there's quite a good cycling of these glows, and it really encourages you to forward plan with your elements and things like that as well. So it's quite like a thinky character. So left is the augment, right is the attack. Well, no, so you don't have to perform an attack. So you can do this at any point on your turn. So just during your turn, you can immobilize everything in this pattern, right? So that would be the two in front of you and one behind those two, right? It's not linked to an attack like an augment. Like an augment requires when you attack, you get to do something. This isn't that. This is just during your turn, full stop. You can do this to do this, right? There's no trigger required by you attacking in order to activate the glow. The glow can be activated by you at any time during your turn by consuming the element shown. Hey, Red Dragon. Yeah, anything in the purple banner is the glow effect. And I think that's a really good way of fixing the problems with augments. I think it's a very clever way of doing that. 36 initiative. Again, not particularly early. We've only seen 19. It's been the earliest we've seen so far. I kind of hope that we get some earlier ones, but I mean, maybe that's I don't think Triangles has particularly great initiative either. I think so. Maybe that's the curse of an element focused character. I mean, you could argue that an element focused character actually wants to go a little bit later because perhaps your allies can generate elements for you. Like, there's an argument, you know, there for sure. But also, if you don't go early, then possibly the enemies will pinch those elements from you. So, you know, like a double-edged sword, I don't know. But there's like a, you know, there's something to do with that. Yeah, counterpoint, you get your element sniped. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, there's good things and bad things, right? Move 2, create dark. Now, we know that dark is very, very useful. Very, very useful. And this is the only one outside of the burn that we've seen so far that will just generate the dark straight up, right? Yeah, none of the other glows have done that yet. So for me, this will probably turn into a very, very much a move to create dark card with the occasional top use, right? The occasional top use, I think. But this to me reads very much move to create dark on an okay initiative. Like it's pretty bad, but I could lead on 36 sometimes and I'm be okay, I guess. If anything, you're liking the wound glow more and more just because it's tied to the ice gem bomb. Yeah, because you don't want to, like, ice so far hasn't had a really, really good use for us, right? Apart from the plus heal. We had a plus heal and plus range here, but that's it so far. Okay, Shimmering Scuttle. Attack 2, consume light, +1 attack. This also works well with the wound one, right? The wound one creates light. So on the following turn, maybe do this.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Well, that's a lot of damage. I'll tell you what's a little bit strange on the wording of this card. Let's go through it first, but I've already picked something weird with the wording. Attack 2, consume light to get +1 attack. That's a very weird pattern, really, considering. I like the way, though, that you kind of, like, scuttle logs. It's almost like you do a little drive-by. But, like, unfortunately, this happens before this. So, like, thematically, it's like you've done the attack, then you move. But I can, like, see it being, like, a drive-by type attack, which is kind of cool. But you may move 2 into any of the depicted black hexes if you do generate fire. Okay, that's a... Again, that works really well with that card then, huh? Really well. And then you just immediately wound them all. Oh, that's the dream, right? Play this. Boom. Get your light. Next turn. Consume the light. Attack these 2. Move 2. Do. Scuttle. Generate fire. Wound both of them. You could move here. Wound both of them straight away as well. Yeah, that's the play right there, chat. There it is. And who knows? Maybe there's like another enemy or something. The wording thing that I didn't like about this is this move 2. I don't really understand why there's a 2 here, if I'm honest. Because...
Nice.
It should just say you may move into any of the depicted black hexes. Like, I don't really understand why it needed to specify a value to the move there. Considering that Scuttle, I think, is a fairly obvious mechanic. Like, you just get to go to any of those hexes, right? Is it... Oh, is it because maybe if this was blocked? Maybe? If there was an enemy here... You couldn't get to it? Is that why? If there's an obstacle in front of you, you can't get to the black one, yeah. There was a lot of debate that settled on giving it actual move. Is it because of the if this was blocked? I can see because if this is blocked, then in theory you get like a 1, you know, you get like a 1, 2, 3 move, essentially. Or you need jump boots. Yeah, I guess because it's move 2, you could combine an item with it. Is that the other reason why? Like, to kind of say that... So, in theory, I could use boots to either increase the move value to move around, or jump to jump across, right? Honestly, you just straight up don't remember why it was decided. I feel like there must... You know, you guys have obviously debated it, so... And that was the reason it was go-to, so... Seems reasonable to me. I wasn't thinking about the obstacle in the way there, to be honest. I wasn't. And if it just said you may move into any of the depicted black hexes, it would kind of be a bit weird, because if there was an enemy here, then like thematically I've like moved through them, which doesn't make any sense. Like if you want the crab to, you know, if the mechanic is they're a crab and they're scuttling side to side, right? It kind of would be weird if I was like teleported to this hex, kind of. So like from a theme perspective, I also kind of get it. So, or if you were immobilized, yeah, that's true, because it's like a move action, right? Well, I'll trust you guys, Nits. Anyway, this card is outstanding, like in terms of just being a really good enabler for all of our sort of abilities, really. Obviously, this is a bit weird, I will say that. Like, this is a little bit of an odd situation. You'd need to maybe scuttle to this kind of point on a previous turn. Like, it doesn't feel like a natural place I would always be, but to be honest, you know, this character has a pattern of movement that you want to follow. So with that in your mind, maybe it's, you know, you actually plan for it a lot more. And, you know, sometimes you're playing types of character, right, where those little movements matter a lot. And sometimes you're playing a type of character where it doesn't. You know, if you're playing with your buddies and, you know, I can see with this character, you'd have to constantly kind of say to people, I need to be on this hex, or I would like to move here, please. Like, please, nobody take this spot. I can see this character having a lot of that, more so than perhaps like an average character who like, well, I can attack an enemy on any side. It doesn't matter. This character's like, no, I specifically want this angle of attack. And for a melee character to have that positioning could sometimes be a bit awkward in like small, like tight corridor situations, or in rooms with lots of traps or obstacles. Like things like that can make it a bit tricky. Like this character would not play very well with the crack heart, because the crack heart will be constantly putting obstacles everywhere, and you'd be like, I can't scuttle. What are you doing to me? You know. So I can see that there's a lot more of planning in terms of the movement, and you'd have to make sure that your team is like, you know, you have to make that aware and stuff, right? The class limited to scuttle type movements. I mean, you have regular moves on the bottom of your cards too. You can move forwards. Just to side to side, that's it. You have to do like, I have to play a card to turn 90 degrees. So yeah, but obviously scuttling here is very good, because you're going to get the fire and you're going to get the wound, which is really good. I mean, these two cards in combination with each other are excellent, and if you can do that, I think that's a really cool combination of two cards. Actually, maybe that'd be really fun to pull off. 21 initiative, that is not the earliest initiative we've seen, but it is close, so happy to see a nice early initiative as well. Perhaps we can get underneath these enemies moving as well on the 21 to try and do this, because again, you want to try and get yourself, like, it feels like if the position of something is very, very important, you want to go early, because there's always that chance that they move, right? So you kind of want to go early to hopefully they stay. Like, I usually like to identify, you know, let the enemy do their thing on the previous turn and then look at the board and go, okay, great, they're in that kind of pattern. Now I can play this card, and you want to go early so you can capitalize on that. You don't want to, you know, if you went late with this card, who knows what could happen, right? This might not even present itself at all in any way. So you kind of need early initiatives for effects like this. So 21 is not as early as I would have liked to have seen it, but I mean, it's a good attack. I think it's probably fair. Maybe we could look at boots on this character. Initiative boots might be interesting. Add muddle to all glow abilities targeting enemies this round. Okay, that makes the curse one slightly better, because then you could curse and muddle on the same turn. Maybe that makes the curse one a bit better, chat. Is the Luminary one of those crab creatures from the city event? Yes, it's a lurker. It is a lurker. And also there are enemy lurkers in the game, but this is a friendly lurker, I guess. Kind of a nice bomb. Good for a curse build with Moonbeam. Yeah, it works well with this card for sure. Works really nicely with this. And the fact that it kind of does this and then you move 2 as well. 21 initiative, move 2, add model to all your glow abilities. To be honest, even if you're all in on this kind of thing, or maybe there's other glow abilities too, like maybe this or something. Model is not a bad thing to kind of add just onto a move 2. You know?
What's a newt newt?
What is a newt newt? I ask myself that every day. Cance Logan, thank you so much for the resub. 2 months. I really appreciate it, buddy. Welcome back. The quest continues. That's a newt newt. I still don't know what it's for, though. The mystery goes on. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Nice for roleplay. Only communicate with your teammates through clicking. I can see that being like... I can see that being interesting for maybe like 1 session. So I had a similar experience with D&D where we had... I started a D&D session with these guys. In the first session, one of these players I'd never played. I only knew actually one of them. Everybody else was all new to me that I got kind of introduced to the group. And one guy, we're all starting new characters and a new adventure. So we were doing like character creation and we're doing our first session. And this guy decided a really bad accent to do. A really annoying, bad, like gnome high-pitched accent to do. And he was like, this is my character. This is what I'm going to do. And like after the first session, I was so done. I was like, I'll be honest, guys, like I'm having fun, like playing the campaign, but I just cannot keep up with this. Like, it's just not my pace, you know? And I imagine the clicking thing would be the same kind of deal. Like everyone will find it funny for the first session, but then after that, it's like, come on, dude, what are you doing? Okay, soft glow. During your turn, add ice, consume ice to strengthen, affect all allies in the depicted area. Ooh.
Yeah, boy.
A little bit spicy. It is a little bit spicy. Shame you can't self-strengthen with this, huh? Shame we can't self-strengthen with this. That would put it above and beyond, right? Because you can do this at any point during your turn. So you could do the cheeky strengthen before you attack and do the old double attacks. Like that's on the cards if you could do it, but only allies. But it's basically free. It's not a bad use of ice. A bit off. Is this a bit off? Like, you know, like you have... I mean, I can't really... The only best way to describe it is like, you know, the Magic the Gathering color wheel, right? Where you kind of have abilities linked to colors. Or effects linked to colors. Like, for example... Trample is kind of like a red-green mechanic. Like, is ice and strengthen linked very much? Like, it doesn't... Ice is usually stun. Maybe it's an extra heal or shield. Right? I guess maybe strengthen. Color pie. Yeah, that's it. Strengthen with all these multi-target attacks would be crazy. Yeah. Generate dark, though. I mean, you do get to generate dark. That's a very good point. Generating dark is going to be pretty important. Maybe this is one of those ones where you just put it down, strengthen, and like maybe this is a good in-between turns type glow. Maybe you play this when ice, you know, you have ice around. Play this, strengthen all of your allies, make dark. Then straight away, next turn, you're on to a good dark attack or something. Good ability that consumes dark, right? Just immediately change it up. Strengthen is blue, so it's ice. Okay, fair. Is ice element a stand-in for water with this character? That's a good point. Possibly. Yeah, I've always thought it was a bit weird that... I mean, I guess it's slightly different than the standard, you know, earth, wind, water type thing. Oh, air. That's one thing we haven't seen, right? We haven't seen air at all on this character yet. What's that about? Crabs don't like air, apparently. Dark is plus attack, curse, or instant death. Yes, generally speaking. Or sometimes, does it add poison anywhere? Maybe. Poison's kind of like an earth thing, but also sometimes a dark thing. Like usually you add, like fire is wound and plus attack. Earth is usually plus heal, plus multi-target. Potentially immobilize. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's particularly off, really. That was just me thinking like it's a little bit strange to see ice not do stun. I'm just so used to seeing ice be stun or plus heal or plus shield. Maybe even plus retaliate, or I think fire sometimes plus retaliate. But yeah, like it's yeah, it's just a bit weird to see strengthen on it. I don't dislike it, but maybe this is just a good in-between one. 24 initiative. Another fairly early one. Again, we haven't seen anything lower than 19 yet, but that's another, you know, decent-ish early initiative. We're going to get used. Move to create light, and there we have it. I think that will probably end up being what this is used for. 24 initiative, move to create light. Sets this up, right? Sets this up, potentially. I feel like the most important elements that we've seen so far are dark, fire, and light, right? Those are like, not necessarily in that order, but I feel like those are the most important ones so far. So is this just move to create light? Imagine AoE stun on glow. Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe they could have just had it to be like one, you know? You could just have it one target. Not this pattern, right? This character feels like your Steam library. Too many options. Well, I mean, you do have a lot, but I felt like already this is a bit more... So far, I felt like this has been a bit more consistent than like level 1 triangles. Like this character feels like it's been designed a bit more to be played from level 1. The thing with triangles is it always felt like it wasn't really designed to be played from level 1. Like it felt like a character that needed more cards to get going. And then when it does, it's quite cool. But it just feels like a character that has a lot of things going on, and it kind of barely kind of works at level 1. If you want it to work at level 1, you really have to work hard at it. Whereas this character feels like, actually, we've given you pretty much all of the options, like, right away. And they're actually pretty decent. And the links between the things seem to be a bit more obvious. And yeah, I still feel like possibly we need some... maybe some better generation in some way as well. But I mean, having the fact that a lot of these cards, you can generate one element on the bottom or a different element on the top. I mean, that's really flexible, right? That's really flexible. You're fine with unlockables not being great at level 1 since you're likely to unlock them out. Yeah, but you see that, I feel like that was like an excuse. Do you know what I mean? Like, I felt like that was an excuse to allow that to exist, which I didn't really like, because then later on down the game, they created Gloomhaven Digital. And guess what? When you play Guildmaster, all characters start at level 1, and now your character looks bad. And that's because you just didn't do it like from level 1, like every other character. I mean, there's not many characters in Gloomhaven like that. I really think Triangles is the obvious clear offender, but there's probably no others that are really that bad. I would say that maybe Eclipse is a little bit awkward until you get that second move, Make Dark. But it's like, you know, you get prepared for the kill at level 2. It really is the worst offender, right? So yeah, I think this is going to be a move to create light 24 initiative for me most of the time. Although I don't dislike this though. And maybe making the dark is going to be a necessary thing. Okay, Torrid Radiation. Attack 3, Pierce 1. Consume fire. Target suffers 1 damage. Okay. Ooh, it's like... Ooh, I like this. It's like pseudo-ranged. We saw a bit of that on last week's one. A little bit of kind of like... Not ranged, but kind of ranged. And it gives you a bit of breathing room. And you can move forwards. We can move forwards. Consuming fire to suffer 1 damage is actually really nice against a shielded enemy. And with the Pierce 2, that means that you're actually... It's quite a good card for killing living spirits, chat. It dodges melee retaliate. Yeah, that's a very good point. Really good. You can just dodge the retaliate, then you move in. And you get to generate dark off of it. Best element. Very happy with that. It's also very fine with using it for no element and just make dark. Yeah, I guess that... Just using it for attack 3, Pierce 1. Presumably... I don't think we covered this. Not that I think you really want to do this. So, in theory, is it possible for us to not perform this, but still perform this with no target there? Like, so if there was no enemy here, right? Is it possible for us to essentially use this as a move 1, forward 1 hex, generate dark? Or does there have to be an enemy here in order for this to even happen? Similarly, like if we were to kill it, would this... I mean, I guess if we kill it, that's a bit... We're getting into weird rules minutia now, but I'm interested to know if you could. You need to still do the attack because the hex array is attached to the attack. Right. Okay. I was going to say, like, if you... Otherwise, you could just use this as a move 1 top action, create dark. And that would probably be okay. Always being close to the enemy and not being tanky. That's fair. This character has not had any... We've had a bit of healing, but we haven't had much self-preservation outside of a little bit of immobilize. We do have some stun. We've got sort of like a basic stun. We've got a bit of immobilize. We've got a little bit of heal. We have some okay movement options with Scuttle, but Scuttle doesn't always get you away from danger. And we started with 10 health, so it's fair. We can't wear armor either, which would be weird if we could, just to be clear. That would be very odd, but that's also a good point to mention. They can wear armor? What? Can they? No. What? Okay, that's just weird. Alright. Complete swing and a miss. Theme out the window. Come on. I mean, like, it's for a necessity, right? But I've always felt like any kind of weird character like this shouldn't be able to wear it, right? Just out of principle. Should not be allowed to. Like, what the hell? Oh. They make it for his size. Well, that's going to take a lot of chainmail. That's all I'm going to say. He's going to be making a big piece of armor. Why does the floating triangles need to wear boots? To protect his feet. Oh, otherwise people be like burning his feet and stuff. No, he's like floating over lava and stuff. They get hot.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Yeah, but the heat radiates. You know? At least he's got feet. There's enough of that. Like, how does Cthulhu wear shoes? I don't know. Nobody knows. Right. Okay. Great card, though. But we get off on such a tangent. Great card, though. Really, really good. 76 initiative is pretty poor, though. So I can see this being a good candidate to pair with, like, the 24 or something. Move 3. All adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage. For each enemy who suffered damage this way, generate an element. 2 XP. And it is a burn. I mean, if you could do 3 damage with this, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. Moving 3, doing 3 damage. Generating 3 elements. That's very good. That's a lot of stuff. We've only seen one card, though, that really kind of takes good use out of, like, 3, right? Like, this is the one where you could go, consume this, and then you would want maybe the dark, I guess, to add curse as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not... I haven't seen a real clear cut, like, oh, we want 3 elements altogether. It would have to be something like this, where you use, like, 2 for the top action and 1 for the glow. Or maybe there's a bottom action that consumes an element, right? I guess this. Or this, maybe. It's kind of interesting to think about. I mean, as a burn, it's not terrible. The thing is that you've got a really strong top here. And like the previous cards we saw, you got a really strong top. Chances are you're not going to want to burn this for the bottom really at all. But there may be a situation towards the end of the scenario where you can get good value out of doing it. And maybe it sets you up for a really good turn. It's, yeah, it's like just... You're never going to do this in the first room or even the second room. It's going to happen in the final room. And that's okay because the top is a really good action. So that's not a problem, right? End of scenario XP loss. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cool. Yeah, I think this is a great card. Really good. Violent Flash. Attack 3. If a target occupies the hex, generate the element shown. 2 XP, and this is a burn. So this is kind of similar to the other one that we had, except it's a slightly different pattern, right? Ooh, this is... I would say fairly easy to rotate a little bit. Like, let's say you wanted to ignore this. Like, you can quite easily get these 3, right? And then, like, if you didn't get this, that's fine. Like, you could move into a position to get these. And just ignore the ice, maybe? Because the ice is the weakest element. Or at least so far, that we've seen. This is exactly the same as the other card, though, right? So the difference being the other card had the scuttle. It's really similar. Do you take one or the other? I mean, I would be inclined to take this because of the funny loot. What does the other half of the card do? Move 2, move 2. So, presumably this is a move 2 instead of a move 4. Because we can use a glow in between these moves, right? Like, that would be the most, like, applicable reason why this would happen. Yeah, move 2, use glow, move 2. Yeah. Which is not bad with the immobilized one, right? Move in. Immobilize everybody. Move away again. Plus, also, it is just a move 4. Like, if you really needed it, it is just a move 4. Which is always playable, as we say. It's a move. It's like a move 4, but with added functionality for your character, right? Well, also yes, but because more movements are more like crab-like. Okay. But can't combine it into a big jump. That's true. You couldn't, like, have a move 4 and then use, like, jumping boots, winged shoes, right? To get that jump. That's true. It doesn't work as well for that reason. You can enhance this into a move 3, I guess. You probably won't want to... Probably don't want to make this a jump. That wasn't a joke, by the way. That was the actual reason. Okay. I mean, sure. But then I don't really understand why that's the case, and I'm not good. Like, why does this exist then? Okay, just whatever. Small crab-like, small movements are more like crab-like. Here's move 4 with jump. Okay, sure. Does the top allow targeting 4 with the attack? Yes. So in theory, it could be more damage. In theory, this could be more damage than the other one. However, you'd have to get yourself into a lot of trouble with this, I guess. You'd have to, you know, being surrounded on 4 sides by 4 enemies, not a great position to be in. In fact, to be honest, this is the kind of thing I'd want to do late, because you probably want to move into that position. Like if you spot the gap, or unless maybe, I guess you could move aggressively into it early. Oh, maybe this would be a really good one. I'll tell you what, this would be a really good one to use with that bottom burn, right? Which was that the other half of the 19? No. This would be a really good one to do this one with. Oh no, it's your glow ability, not your attack. I get confused. Okay. I mean, you could still potentially... You know, you can still potentially stun 3 things or something like that. 3 out of the 4, right? I mean, there's still good use of that. Maybe it'd be a good one to use with that. Also, that's a double loss. Yeah, but you know, sometimes you know, you wanna cook an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. You know what I mean? I mean, this is always going to be playable, so I feel like this might end up being the more preferential one just because of this factor. Although I do like obviously the 19 initiative on the other card, and also the loot action is interesting to me, more interesting than usual. So I don't know, it's a tough one to call, but you might want both of them. But this card will just end up being a move 2, like it will be. That'll be all it'll be. And then eventually you'll find a position to do this. X cards. That's X cards, right? Can you stun your mates? No. Why would you want to do that? Okay, shield oneself. Consume ice. Retaliate oneself. Okay, the first time you are targeted by an attacker this round, generate light. Okay. Kind of an interesting one. 12 initiative here, though. This is the earliest initiative we've got. That makes me excited. Okay, I'm looking at the bottom of this card already. Top of this card, not something that I think we would consider playing. I guess the only upside to this kind of effect with this particular character are the glows, right? Because usually playing this kind of thing is not worth it, because you're kind of like, okay, I'm shielding up and I'm retaliating 1. Now, let's say you're attacked by 3 enemies, let's say. So you get 3 retaliate triggers. That's probably pretty good value in a round. Let's say you got 3 retaliate triggers out of it. That's 3 damage to those enemies. Great. But how much damage did you take in the meantime to do that, when maybe you could have just attacked somebody for 3 and maybe killed them, you know? And then potentially you wouldn't have taken quite as much damage, right? And then the shield can sometimes come into play, but shield 1 is a very low amount of shield, and that will get outpaced very quickly. Yes, you can enhance this, but I really dislike enhancing cards like this for like the single round effects on shield. It seems like a bit of a waste of money to me. So I don't think the top of this card is very good. The initiative, though, is fantastic, 12, and the bottom is also fantastic. Move 3, consume light, +1 move and jump. Slam dunk. You're playing this card all day, every day. I would play this as just the move 3 on the 12 initiative. I don't even think you even need to worry about getting this. And also you can get a heal 2, rage 2, consume ice. Ice being the element as well that we know is probably the worst element for us, but we're going to be probably generating anyway. So this gives you a reusable use of that ice element that is actually kind of, you know, situationally good and keeps you in the fight, right? We said this already. We're going to be in melee range all the time. We're going to be hit a lot. We're going to be focused. We're going to have to do a little bit of tanking. And this like incremental little bit of healing can help keep us there. And we don't waste a turn doing it as well. We're still moving and attacking, right? It's an expensive source of light. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could also use this to just try and generate light. But again, you have to be attacked, which makes this not even a card that you can play just to create light, like before you opened a door, for example, in an empty room. Like it's still, yeah, not great. Can we enhance shield with strengthen? No. I think this can only be increased with values, I believe. Right? Can it be? You can? I'm pretty sure it's only pluses, though. It's positive effect, so it can. But even so, I don't even think that's particularly great use because you don't get the double use out of it, right? Self-strengthen is one of those things where if you can get it on the bottom of a card and immediately use it and then get it again on the other turn, it's obviously very, very powerful. Spending a turn to strengthen to then do another turn. I guess if you have one big attack that you're planning on lining up, which we do have a couple of those, then maybe that's not so bad. You know, you just need to plan it accordingly. You'd 100% take the +1 shield over strengthen. Yeah. I mean, I said I wouldn't consider taking it strengthen, but it's interesting. So yeah, this I think slam dunk. This is the bottom. This is insane value, actually. Really, this is bordering on overpowered, I would say, in terms of an ability. Yes, you have to consume light, but move 4 on 12 initiative with jump is basically, you know, go wherever you need to be. And this now also makes me feel like maybe if we got plus movement boots, we can even enhance this to a move 4. So then we're looking at a move 5 with jump. That's like, if you're going to put one enhancement somewhere on this card, right? This is where you're putting it. You're putting a +1 on this move and you're just laughing. Because you can go wherever you need to be. And this is super important with this character because we have so many positional cards that require us to be in certain places to do certain things or to generate certain elements we want to be in a certain orientation, right? So it's super important to be able to get where you need to be, right? You hear what I'm saying? But what if you enhance it with jump? Well, I guess you could then just move 3 jump without having to consume any elements, which actually you might not be wrong there. That might be okay. If move 3 gets it done and you want to save the light for your top actions, sure. I could see that too. I could see it. Anyway, this is the strongest. This is the strongest in terms of like raw power level of card I think we've probably seen, to be honest. Like this is way above what you would probably expect. Sparkling Glow. Attack 4. Consume light and fire to add an additional target. What? I am. This is a confusing card, huh?
Now that's a lot of damage.
Consume ice and dark to...
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Is there a reason why the target symbol is a different color? Is it a different color than normal on this card? This just looks weird to me. Where's that other card that had extra target on it? This target... Is there a... I'm confused, chat. It's add target just like Crag Hearts. Not for add target, okay. So this would be... So let's say... So the first time we use this, right? So let's say we're just using it for an attack 4. Nothing else. We're not consuming anything yet. Attack 4. We attack this guy for 4, this guy for 4. Then we consume light and... fire. Then let's say there's a guy chilling here We can consume fire and light to add this guy into the mix. And then let's say there's another guy over here. We can consume ice and dark to add this guy into the mix. So that's kind of like how that works, right? You don't normally see add target. Yeah, I guess it's a weird phrase. But if it works like backup ammunition, that would be the way it would work, right? Got to be absolutely surrounded. Yeah, you don't really want to be just like fighting off one guy, do you, in this particular one? That's how backup ammunition is formatted. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing the cards in digital as well. Because obviously they've reformatted the cards slightly in digital at times. So it could also just be that I haven't actually seen this on a physical card in such a long time, you know? That could also be it. So this could be, in theory, you know, 4, 8, 12, 16 damage. I mean, now we're talking about being strengthened, huh? That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. In terms of burn attacks, that's pretty insane, really. For a level 1. It's really good, but it's capped, right? Because of this whole sort of thing, it's capped. It's like a capped unstable upheaval. But I mean, it's better because unstable upheaval is attack 3, but you can combo Forceful Storm to make it more. So it's kind of like along the lines of that kind of power level of a card, but they've obviously tried to cap it a little bit to make it a bit more balanced, right? Sparkling Glow equals crabby name for this. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird name for a card that basically destroys everything. A little bit more than like a sparkling kind of glow, you know? Explosive glow? Death glow? I mean, what? Sparkling glow? What? Yeah. 16 plus damage. It's a lot of damage. It's a huge amount of damage. You know me, chat. I love this kind of thing. The fact it's capped, though, always makes me a bit nervous. But also, in order to have all of these elements, we're going to have to work real hard for that, right? I mean, you kind of have to burn another card just to get it set up. You have to do Violent Flash into this, right? That's the dream. Maybe that's a little bit Magical Christmas Land, but I mean, if you really wanted to exhaust super quick, this character's definitely got a few options for you, you know? If you're in a scenario where you needed to get ahead and you needed to get ahead fast, there's a few options there. That's a lot of AoE damage over 2 turns. Yeah, it is. It's huge. I mean, they'll all be dead, so maybe it'll be worth it. Going out with a spark. Okay, so 27 initiative it's okay. Like, we've seen better now, but again, this is on the lower side for this character so far. The next time you perform a glow ability this round, all allies in the depicted area perform a heal to self. Then we can move to. Interesting that it's ordered in this way. I kind of would have liked... Oh, no, because it's next time you... I keep forgetting that this doesn't actually trigger the glow. Yeah, so this is fine. So, yeah, you can move in and you could do it afterwards, right? So you could, in theory, strengthen and heal your allies too. That's the thing you could do. Using the ice. Not that it's the best use as we've seen, but in theory, using the ice one. Where's that gone? There. Could be quite nice. This could be underrated. This could be underrated. Like, my initial feeling was that maybe I don't... Like, this isn't incredible, but... I'm starting to lean now that this might be a little bit underrated, because just a little bit of healing, that could be quite nice. It's a shame you can't heal yourself, though. Or wound some enemies and heal some allies. Yeah. I think this might be a little bit underrated. I'm not entirely sure, but this is obviously a very, very powerful attack. And 27 initiative for a move 2. I mean, it's okay, but it's not amazing. You could get allies to move together, though. Like, with this kind of initiative, maybe people go before you, and you can say, hey, group up a little bit over here, or I can get you a heal. Another thing with the glow stuff is... So let's say we have this, right? What if there are no enemies here? Can I still perform the glow action, in theory? Or is it like an attack? Like, there has to be an enemy there in order for me to actually do it. Because I'm also thinking, like, is it possible for you to just kind of, you know, randomly chuck heals, right? What do we know? What do we think? Because, you know, typically this kind of thing has to have the enemies there. Right? Like, so I couldn't choose if there were no enemies here to consume the light to immobilize, right? Same as like enemies. Enemies cannot consume like an element if they can't use the thing that would consume the element to do it, right? So we couldn't just kind of just get a free heal too by just being like, oh yeah, we're gonna consume this one, right? You think you can use glow even with no enemies in the target? And if you can, I would say that would be inconsistent with other rules though, because enemies do not work in that way. Enemies would, if they can't perform the attack, they don't consume the element, right? Like if you're against flame demons, they have some that consume fire to make this big AoE. If they can't get to you, they don't consume the fire. You need one enemy, but say you could heal 2 allies, wound 1 enemy. Right. So yeah. So there has to be a valid target in order for you to use the glow. Okay. So this is, I mean, I was just seeing that maybe this might be a bit more powerful than I was thinking it is, but I think I'm probably about right then. I think it's maybe a little bit underrated. This actually could be quite usable, but certainly not like free heal 2 every time you play it, which it could well have been. Ally buffing, glows, maximize this bottom. Right. And so far, I don't feel like that's where we want to be with this character. Or at least that's my feeling at the moment. Is I think I want to play an aggressive character. This feels very aggressive. So I don't think that's really where I want to be with the character. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll get some better choices in some of these other cards. These are the last X cards and maybe at level up. Trickling Sting. Attack 2 plus X, where X is equal to the number of elements that are strong or waning, up to 4. Ooh. Ooh. The problem is, though, you probably want to use those elements, right? This enables your jump bottoms.
Yeah, boy. A little bit
What, this?
spicy.
Well, I mean, you could do it and then you could run away, I suppose, yeah. You have such mixed feelings about the top attack 6. It's juicy, but you really want to use them. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you're almost like, you play something like this and you're like ready to go with some crazy attack next turn or some really good combination of your glows and other attacks or jump abilities, move abilities or whatever. And then you kind of get hit with this. The only time I think this really works well is when you want to move away after the attack, right? then it works quite well. Also, if you went late initiative, I suppose there's a chance that there could just be some around. If you're playing with another character who makes a bunch of elements, I could see this being quite good, actually. Right? Because if they go before you a lot, and they're just making elements left, right, and center, and maybe you're not using them yourself as well, like, I can see this becoming like an attack 4 maybe fairly regularly, and attack 4 is a good number. I think if you could reliably say that this attacks for 4, that's a really good number, and you'd take that. If this is more like an attack 3 most of the time, it's probably a little bit, it's probably just okay. It's probably not really worth taking along, I would say, compared to some of the other cards we've seen. But if you can reliably say that this is going to be an attack 4 often, then maybe it does make the cut. It does mean you have to attack before consuming on a bottom move. Yes, absolutely. And that's what might make it a little bit harder to use in principle. 43 initiative is no man's land, so I don't really like that initiative either. But maybe it might be okay with this kind of effect on the top right, because I said you might want to go a bit later, so you can hopefully get some elements. But I really don't like 43 because maybe it's late enough so that your allies have gone before you, but it's also at that weird point where maybe there's still enemies to act after you, and maybe there's some enemies to act before you. So you end up in a weird middle ground where the whole board kind of shifts around and you don't really get to do what you wanted to do, right? And also you probably want to not get hit by the enemy if your idea is to then move away. Like, the idea is to hit something for a lot. You probably want to do it early before it gets to act, and then you run away. So it could work well against enemies with late initiatives generally, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Move 3, create a 4 damage trap in an adjacent empty hex and gain 1 XP. Not very good so far. Generate element and gain 1 XP when the trap is sprung by an enemy. Ooh, that's a stinker. That's a stinker. So, not only we have to create a trap to do 4 damage, and then we only get the element when the trap is sprung. Like, it's kind of stinky, right? Only good for low level. Yeah, I suppose low level it's not terrible, but it's like, the thing is that unless you have a very specific plan for triggering this, right? And I haven't seen any push or pull on this character yet, by the way. We've seen none, right? None at all. So unless you have another character or some other way that you're really planning to spring this trap, like a very coordinated effort to spring this trap, let's say it just happens on a random turn and you don't need the element next turn, or you change, right? It generates it at an inconvenient time for you. Then all it has done is been a move 3, do 4 damage, and maybe caused a little bit of an obstacle for enemies. You know, maybe they've avoided it or something. Like, there's maybe a small amount of value gained in that kind of thing, right? A very small amount. But I think this is a stinker. It's certainly an X card. Yeah, I mean, X cards are supposed to be kind of like those gap filler kind of sideboards, or, you know, a lot of people see them as the more advanced cards. Well, I think that was originally how they were pitched, I think. That's often what people see them as, but really I've always seen them more as like the situational cards. But some of them actually end up being very good and that you use all the time. Yeah, I guess if you can make the top work, I'm fine with it. Like, if you can get attack 4 regularly with it, I'm fine with it. But if it's anything less than that on the top, I think the bottom's a stinker, and I wouldn't be taking this card, I don't think. Okay. Dark. Okay, or was that our last? Okay, 1, 2, level 2. Okay, that was our last X card. Our last level 1 card we have access to. So, Darkened Overcast, our first level 2. Enemies cannot focus on or target you with attacks this round. Okay, a bit of pseudo invisibility without being invisible. It's like I'm invisible, but I'm not invisible. All enemies within range 3 gain disadvantage on all their attacks this round. Interesting. Just walk into the middle of them. Create dark. It's a round effect. 10 initiative as well. That's our lowest initiative yet. Okay. It's invisibility, but it's not invisibility, which I like, because invisibility is broken.
Nice.
Way too strong, and I think this does a good job. And this was probably before the changes to invisibility were known. I mean, maybe Nits can confirm or deny that, but my feeling is that this was maybe made before the official rules changes to invisibility. Although I still think that this is actually better in some ways than that, because, for example, because you are not invisible and they cannot focus or target you with attacks this round, in theory, you can still block doors with this, whereas with invisibility, you can no longer block doors, right? You can confirm or deny that. Okay, great. Can still block a door with this. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's like the key, right? It functionally allows you to do the door blocking thing for that round, but it doesn't have the whole other problem with invisibility, which was that it lasts for 2 turns, and that's kind of the problem with it. So until the end of your next turn is a really something that maybe they should take off a lot of cards. Off of a lot of abilities, maybe. Is there a reason why they don't use the invisibility keyword? Just add a lose invisibility when discarded. I think it's just for just to make the card different, but also potentially just to make it more obvious what it does, right? I think it's quite explained quite simply. If you were looking at from a Frosthaven perspective, they might actually have done something more like that, because the iconography would be clearer for a system that's based mainly on icons in Frosthaven, whereas obviously this is a very text heavy way of explaining what it does. So possibly that might have been a way of doing it in Frosthaven language, if you like, maybe. And you can't use it for a long rest. Yeah, that's the other important thing. So I like this. I think this is quite good. Good door opening card. A nice safe card for you too on 10. So, like, it doesn't really... like, obviously your allies are suddenly going to be wailed on. So it's not a very nice card to play when, you know, your allies are close to death and you need to help out. But it's certainly a good way of, if you've had a rough round, maybe, you could go early, do this, and kind of be safe, right, for the next time. And you make dark, which is a really good element for you. So I think that this is another one of those kind of cards where it's probably going to end up being very playable just because of its initiative, as much as this ability is pretty decent at door opening and some other things too, some other situations too. The bottom is whenever you perform a glow ability, gain shield for the rest of the round. Ooh. Ooh. Now, if we get good at playing glows, there's a good chance that we can play a glow a turn, right? I mean, I would assume that if we get good at this, we could almost play a glow every single round. However, this would mean we would need to go early in the round every single time. Otherwise, the shield is kind of useless, right? You think an easy way for you to explain it from your perspective, if a player looks at this effect, they think it sounds great, but if they see invisibility, lose invisibility at the end of the round, they think this sucks. It's not even 2 turns. Yeah, fair. They might draw too much of a comparison to invisibility, and then it's a worse invisibility, so why would I play it? That's fair. Tanky now? Well, it's not like super tank, right? I guess it's for a character that's more of a damage dealer who just needs a bit of shield. It's quite nice, right? We're not talking defensive stance here. It's not defensive stance, and we can't make it defensive stance. We could try, but just having to still have those initiatives to get the shield is maybe a bit tricky. I guess there's also there's a way in theory we could play 2 glows in a round as well, right? Is there? Because we have a glow active and we consume the element to do the glow effect. Then we play a new glow and the element is there, and then we consume that. So I guess there is a way that we could get shield 2 for the round, right? Maybe not the best use of our turn, but right? It goes well with your shield 1, retaliate 1 top. Yeah, I suppose it does. But then that's too early initiatives. I hate doing that, you know? I really hate playing like a... I mean, I guess you're going to burn this, right? So then it's gone. So I guess that 10 initiative is very short-lived. But interesting. This is an interesting one for a level 2. I don't know how I feel about this. Let's go to the second level 2. Okay, glow. During your turn, consume ice to heal 2. Affect all allies in the depicted area. Okay. Oh, this doesn't make an element, though. Cardinal sin. Can we have glows that don't make elements as well? Ooh. Uh-oh. 66 initiative. The bottom is move 3. +1 move and heal 3 self if we consume ice. That's a pretty nice use of ice, though. Damn. I think that this top glow is pretty bad, though, I think. Luminescence. Especially considering that we kind of have... what do we have? That weird ability anyway, right? Kind of had that anyway. Kind of like pseudo does this effect, right? In a way. Kind of achieves a very similar thing. Possibly. I mean, maybe it's a bit easier. This is obviously a lot easier to do. And potentially get more things. Not only can you have glows that don't make elements, you can on a rare occasion have a glow that makes an element when you use the glow. Well, I don't know if I like it, because I feel like it's a hard stop, right? If the idea is we need elements flowing every single turn, I don't like there being like this hard, you know, this would have to be like the last card you play, which I guess in theory it is just like a heal, so it's not something you play in the middle of the sort of the fray, right? You're not going to play this mid-battle. You're probably going to end up playing this towards the end of a room just to help people heal up a little bit before the next room, as you either clear up the last of the enemies or you're waiting to go into the next room. So it's not like a heat of battle type thing, but I don't like, you know, the terminates of it, right? I'm just biased because I like damage. Yeah, it's probably true. Wait, luminescence name doesn't make light the thematicness here? That's kind of a fair point, actually. This to me feels like they're trying to make ice a bit more useful to your character, which I don't mind. Like, we've already kind of identified that ice was probably the weakest of the elements that we've been using. But adding a card like this really does kind of work. Also, I guess, like, light is usually is healing with, like, Sunkeeper and with triangles. So I guess it's like they're using the element in a slightly different way, maybe. This is a tough choice. I'll be honest, I wasn't really expecting these types of things at level 2. I think that the top of this is good, right? You're never going to be... I mean, well, actually, there will be some situations where you don't want to play the top of this, because maybe it will affect your allies in a bad way, in a negative way. But in theory, this still gives everything disadvantage. So it's not like... It's still pretty useful. At the worst case scenario, it at least gives enemies a lot of disadvantage. Creates dark, which kind of feeds into that curse kind of mechanic that you have. So you may have already cursed the enemy a couple of times. So this could end up helping you draw them curses. So there is that too. But it is very much a do nothing style top. I don't generally like those. It does create dark, which is nice for a future turn. But it is a little bit of a do nothing. But it does open doors very well. And it's 10 initiative. I feel like the bottom of this is maybe a bit of a trap. Maybe a bit of a trap. I don't know. I would have to get a bit more of a feel of the flow of the turn-to-turn gameplay and against the enemies that are in Crimson Scales. Not that I think that there's been loads of consideration to that. I don't think so. I think most of the classes have been made, you know, independently of the scenarios that they're played in, which is not necessarily true of some other, like Jaws of the Lion, for example, like with the demo. Yeah, I don't really know. I think if I had to choose between these two, this is definitely the best ability here. Like, it uses the element that we don't really care about, so great, we're going to get some side value. Would, in theory, another card that would work quite well with that X card, that Trickling Sting, if we were playing that. Healing 3 up is probably going to be as good at times as shielding. Like, you could shield for the round and prevent 3 damage, or you could move for 4 and heal yourself for 3, right? Yes, you've got to be able to take the damage first, but, you know, there's some similarities here in what these can kind of achieve for you. This can obviously work over multiple rounds, which I do like, but it will only work in rounds where you go early enough for it to count, or at least earlier before the enemies. And also there'll be certain rounds of play or against certain enemies, right, where perhaps the shield doesn't really do too much because maybe they're an enemy that doesn't really attack. Maybe they, you know, cultists or whatever. Like, maybe this isn't so good. I think I probably would like this. It's really awkward because I dislike the top of this quite a lot. And really, I don't feel like taking a 66 initiative for a move 4, heal 3 self. Ugh. It's tough. Maybe you just end up taking Darkened Overcast just because of the value of this and you want the element, right? You're taking Luminescence personally for the bottom move and use top for poisoned wound scenarios. Yeah, that's kind of fair. There's some good side use there. But the problem is that we kind of already have access to that effect, and that's what annoys me, right? We sort of already have it, which is here. Right? You can kind of already do a bit of that. And that's what annoys me, because it feels like I'm basically doubling down on the same effect. And it's not a particularly strong effect to double down on either. So, I don't know. I feel like this would probably win out ultimately, because this is just very good in general. But it's tough to pass something like this up. I think that's a hard decision. Let's go to level 3. Blackened Rage, attack 3, consume dark, +1 attack, and immobilize. Okay, that's good. Ranged again. So we can skip out on that retaliate, potentially. Immobilize 2. That might mean we don't want to scuttle here. So you may move into one of the depicted black hexes if you do. So we can scuttle to get fire. We may not want to. Because if the immobilize can keep them out of the way. But I guess if we were to somehow kill one of these, then maybe we scuttle. Like, for example, if we were to kill this, we could like scuttle to kill this. We could then scuttle to there, right? A scuttle that we may not want to do. Weird pattern, but could attack over an ally's head. Yeah, that's true. I like these patterns because they're a little bit different than the normal stuff that we see, which I think is nice. I think it's always cool to look for new patterns in the game. I think, like, for example, the banner spear is going to be really interesting to play because it's going to make you look at the game in a different way. And I like characters that do that. And who was the other one that we saw? The Bright Spark. The Bright Spark did a similar thing, and I like that. I like characters that do that. I think there's a lot more room for innovation in that way in the game, and it's great to see characters taking advantage of it for sure. This is why you took the dark card, more dark for the dark god. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean if you're looking, you know, if you're forward thinking here, the dark is going to be a very important element for you. Then, you know, here you go. You get rewarded straight away. The next level, right? You get rewarded straight away. I think this is obviously very good. Attack 4 on 2 things. With the immobilize may or may not be useful depending on if you want to scuttle or however that ends up. But obviously just having the ability to have that is really good. So this is obviously a very good card. You know, potentially a reusable 8 damage. So your attack modifier deck is very flat on this character in general. So you also have the option of drawing more elements. So there's always going to be a nice way that, for example, you could do the attack 3 and the immobilize. You see what modifiers you flip. Maybe you flip the fire modifier already. So then maybe you don't need to do the scuttle, right? So there is some play there too. Doing the attack, seeing what modifiers you flip. Maybe you flip some ones that are going to play nicely into your next turn. So then maybe you don't need to do the scuttle anyway. Or maybe you're like, oh, wow, now I really do want to do the scuttle or whatever, right? I like that. So the bottom is move 3 with jump, consume fire. All enemies move through suffer 1 damage. Now that is good. That is really good. It's like amazing. Like it's like a variation on Rumbling Advance. That's like everything that Craig ever wanted. It's that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, that's high. Like, if you were to have movement boots 2, move 4. Move 4 or 5 with movement boots, or enhance this with +1 move. I think on average, you're probably going to end up doing like maybe 2, maybe 3 damage with this if you use it with a pair of boots. If you're not wearing a pair of boots, then this goes down quite significantly. This ends up probably being like maybe only 1 damage or 2. It's quite open-ended. There's a big open-ended scope for this, I think. The top is excellent though, so I can see myself playing it just for the top most of the time. But yeah, the bottom is very open-ended. Could end up being just fine, but could also, if you have the right boots, be amazing, right? Unspoken rule, every other class needs to remake Trample or something similar at some point. Okay. I guess it kind of is a little bit like that, yeah. I like it. What's the other level 3? Shining Diversion. So we got another glow. During your turn, shield 1. Okay, there's a lot of text on this. During your turn, shield 1, create ice. Consume light to affect all allies in a depicted area as well, right? Or is that Or is that all part of the light? That's all part of the light. So during your turn, consume light to get shield 1, create ice, affect all allies in the depicted area, loot the indicated hexes, right? It's just there's a lot of bold font going on here, which is a little bit, it's making it, throwing it out.
A little bit spicy.
So this is how you lose friends. I guess so, yeah. At least you can't take the loot from underneath them. Nice. This is a good way of looting. You shield your allies and take coins as compensation. You get payment. Is that what crabs like? Coins? Got their own kind of currency? Shells or something? It's a bit harder to use, but it's also just trading ice for coin whenever you use it. So, again, this is another one that's a little bit weird here. So, what if there were no allies in the depicted area, but there were coins, right? Can we use this as just a top loot action? Or has there got to be an ally in this pattern somewhere in order for us to do the loot? You need one ally in front of them to do it. Right. So, and the fact we only loot those 3 specific hexes means that the ally can't be in one of those if you wanted to, like, maximize the loot, right? Because so this could be a maximum 3 pieces of loot, or it could be only 2, because if an ally is there, then there isn't going to be loot there. So it's going to be 1 or 2, right? That's it. For a level 3 kind of card, I find this a bit disappointing, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's a very, like, it doesn't really excite me very much. I think this is, like, looting is an important part of the game, and I like that they're trying something a bit different and they're mixing things up with looting. But it's like just shielding all your allies for 1 and getting some loot. It just feels very marginal to me. I know it's a glow action though, but you would have had to have played this at some point. So maybe, I guess maybe you could have played this between rooms, maybe? Is this a glow you wanted to leave up for a little bit? Because it makes ice too. So, you know, every time you do this, you're kind of trading a light for ice every time you do it. It's a very support heavy thing, right? Ice is more of a support element. We know it is, right? Ice is more of a support element. So I guess it's that half of the build. You know, taking away maybe the more offensive element to create into your defensive element, maybe. The effect reminds you a bit of Saw. You're frontlining, but shielding a different frontliner. Yeah. You're kind of also at risk, but this one, technically, you wouldn't need to be a frontliner, right? You could be at the back and your allies could just be in front of you. But that doesn't really make good use out of the looting. This is a really hard one to evaluate, because I can see it being quite nice on certain scenarios too. Imagine you're against sun demons, right? And they're just constantly making light and you're just like, nope, consume it, shield everything up. Like, that would be really good. Like, I can see it being quite useful for taking elements away from certain troublesome enemies and turning it into something that you then can use. The problem with this, though, is that you still can't use it on that turn because of the way, like, the rules work, obviously, with it. So you'd have to use it on the following turn. But, I mean, that's a minor thing. It's really interesting. I don't know. It feels a bit weak to me. It feels like on the lower end of power level to me. And for, like, this is the kind of thing that maybe I would have liked to have seen as an X card, not as like a level 3 card. I don't know. It's hard. I just don't like seeing level up abilities being loot actions. And maybe that's just me, but I feel like looting is something that everybody needs to do right from the get-go. And I don't really... And this character already had quite a cool loot action, which I thought was actually, you know, pretty unique and well made, and actually helped kind of like fuel your engine with this character. Whereas this, to me, seems like quite a passive action, and it's looting, and I don't know whether or not I'd want to use a card choice on it. The good thing is it's because it's a glow thing, not like an actual action in the turn. It could be quite a good glow to just leave up if you play support, and maybe that's what you need. Maybe in terms of the other glows are for supports are pretty good, but maybe not one you want to activate every single turn, right? Whereas, you know, shielding all your shielding allies up every single turn is probably going to be good. Probably going to work. You don't always want to heal 2 every single turn, but you might want to shield every single turn, right? Okay, so the bottom is move 3, muddle, target all adjacent enemies, then move 2. So this is potentially a move up to a move 5 in various ways, but being able to move maybe up to some enemies, then muddle them, then move away from those enemies, that can be quite nice. Enhanceable as well. Both movements on this is enhanceable. I mean, that's a very, very usable bit of movement. A little bit boring, I would say. And, you know, we've had other abilities that are pretty similar to this. But obviously it really helps the character, and it is thematic to the character too. These little movements, these scuttling backwards and forwards. Like it fits very well with the theme of the character. It's just a little bit vanilla. Like this card in general, to me, I'm not jiving with it. I mean, I'm gonna love to use a move 5 at some point. It's gonna happen in the game. But this character actually seems to have a really good amount of movement already. So maybe we can start to consider that isn't necessary. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sold on this one, chat. True, but not everything has to be flashy. No, it doesn't, but I don't like seeing more of the same. Does that make sense? Like, we've already kind of like for example, this is an improvement already on something we've already seen. This, you know, we've got a move 3 jump. Like, all of our bottoms, you know, there's a lot of move options coming up, you know? Like, oh, there's move here. Oh, look, we got another move, and we got another +1 and a jump. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, look, we got a move 2. You see? Like, there's a lot of repetition happening. And you need it to play the game. You absolutely need it to play the game. It's a very important way of playing the game. You need movement. But I don't know if I really want to be seeing that many cards. Good spot for a glow between the 2 movements. Yeah, I mean, but it's an improved version of that move 2, right? It's the same kind of thing. You got the move 3, muddle, then do your glow, then move away. I don't know, like, I don't feel like this is enough to sell me on it. And also, I feel like you want to be doing the attacks anyway. I don't know. It's... Let's see what the other level 3... was that the 2 level 3s? Oh, okay. Well, I think that's fine then, because I'd probably take Black and Rage. Black and Rage is just all round good, right? This is a really good ability. I'll take the offensive ability over the support. I'm fine with this being more of a support thing, but I mean, I'd rather take this, I think. We have got other uses for Dark, which are kind of better, right? We got that 1 stun, but I mean, I feel like we're going to be able to generate more Dark, especially actually like, now thinking about it, perhaps this was the right pick to get the Dark there. But yeah, this is obviously very, very support heavy. This is, I guess, I mean, anybody can make good use out of this, so. Empowering Rays, level 4. Strengthen Self. We did it. We got it. Oh, it's a burn. Rip. No good, chat. Throw it away. In the bin. No good. Attack 4. Create fire, light, and dark. Oh, the 3 best elements. There you go. Gain 1 XP for each enemy targeted. And it's like quite a weird pattern. That looks like the Geminate pattern that they have. Geminate has a few patterns that look a little bit like that. Another big attack burn, chat. Another big attack burn. I think it's reasonable. I tell you what, I like the fact that you strengthen yourself, right? Because you're going to get a really good attack off. Granted that, as we said before, that the perks on this character are not like amazing. Look, we don't get like, we get 1+2, right? And everything else is kind of getting us to a relative like +0 kind of points, right? We're probably going to be drawing what our values are on our cards, right? Maybe a little bit more. We might get +1 or +2 or of course ×2, but you know, it's we're not filling our deck with +2s, so that's a consideration. But I think it is nice that we get the strengthen stuff and that progresses onto the next turn, so you can kind of make at least kind of double use out of that strengthen. And this is probably the best way to print this kind of effect nowadays, just to stop it from getting too overpowered, because you kind of like you let people have like 2 turns of it, but they've burned a card for that. You've had a lot of control over what the first attack of that strengthened set will be, right? You've kind of created that, so you've managed to kind of control the OP-ness of strengthen a little bit, right? And also, of course, because of the character type, they know that this character can only be at so good, so it's also a safer character to print it on, right? I'm just bullying ice because wind isn't on the class to get bullied. I mean, wind, it's the underused mechanic from Gloomhaven. Come on, it's the underused. I know that ice makes a lot of sense for this character because like they're crabs, right? So they come from the water. That's fine. But air is the underused element, I believe. I don't know. I know that Gripe created a class, an Aeromancer, but I haven't actually seen it myself. But I know he did. And obviously the Hatchet uses the wind quite a lot from Jaws the Lion. So there's some wrongs that have been righted. Avoids the miss, which is key. Yeah, that's also very true. Like for this kind of thing, you need to you don't want this to miss, right? If you draw a miss or a curse on this, I mean, you could still get, like, if you were full of curses, you could still draw 2 curses, right? But there's this kind of thing. It's great to have the insurance here that you don't get blown out by some really bad draws that just don't really do anything, and you end up having a very meh turn. So this is good. It stops the blowout, which is nice. You can give me a direct quote by Gripe about the Aeromancer. Shoot. Don't like the pattern, you think, but you like the overall values. Yeah, maybe the pattern's a little bit weird. That's fair. Don't play my class. It's not very good. I can imagine him saying that. I think somebody was going to make a Gloomhaven digital mod for it, and I think he told them not to bother. I think we had it was like, oh, don't worry about it. Okay, the bottom of this card. Add poison to your next glow. Targeting enemies this round. Now this. Chef's kiss. Here it is. The one that we combo with the wound. Poison and wound all in a single glow. That's what I'm talking about. And it's got move 3 stuck to the bottom of it. This is the one. This is it. This I like, because this is an offensive ability. It's also good at just blocking heals, because on some enemies you just don't want them to heal. It can be really obnoxious, especially if they're like high shield. Like I'm thinking Forest Imps. The number of times you get them down to like 1 or 2 health, and then they decide, do you know what, I'm just going to shield 5 and heal. Just don't. Sticking poison on some enemies is going to help a lot, right? Poison before our attacks. Yeah, exactly. And we can do it at any time during our turn. Yeah, so we can do that before we do the attack on that turn, right? To get that benefit of the poison immediately. So this basically just says move 3, add poison to our next attack almost, right? In a weird way. Or at least we can play it kind of in that way. But we need to have the element for the glow though. So it's not like we get it completely for free. We're going to need to have the element and the glow in play for sure. But this is a really, really good ability. Really, really good. I like this card in general. I think apart from the initiative, it's in my no man's zone that I hate, no man land that I hate. But the combination of a very kind of big burn attack on the top, which can just wreck some enemies and generate you a bunch of elements to make you go off on the next turn as well, in combination with this bottom, which is just very, very usable, that you're gonna probably, to be honest, you're probably going to use it within the first few turns, I would imagine. It feels like something that you'd want to use very quickly. Get that poison up as soon as you can, especially if you want to get the wound up quickly. You're going to get the wound, you're going to get the poison up, you're just going to go for it, right, with your glow. And I really like that. Very offensive, very aggressive, good way to start off on the right foot. It has one major downside: you can't poison allies. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. That is true. So the other level 4, this is a pretty good card. So it's gonna be hard to beat. Floodlight, attack 4, poison. Okay. Heal 2, affect 1 ally in a depicted black hex if we consume ice. Oh, okay. That's slightly different, and actually probably pretty applicable. I can see that happening a lot. They just need to be adjacent to them, basically. That's probably going to happen a fair bit. You can move 2 with jump into any one of the depicted black, and if you so you can actually get to there. So if that's free, you can get there. Okay, so this does actually clear up that weird templating thing earlier, I think, because now they've actually added jump to it. It makes a lot more sense. So I think it was just like, not too sure why, but this, I think it keeps that language consistent with what we were thinking earlier with the sculling. I will say it's a little bit weird, like this guy jumping over to, like, you know, springing over to these sort of hexes. It's a little bit odd. Like the scuttling, I quite liked it just being like a backwards and forwards type thing. You know, that's more, I don't know, in my mind, that's more crab-like, but apparently crabs can jump. You know, you learn something new every day. But this makes it obviously very, very easy to get the scuttle. Like, you should get the scuttle, right? And it also means that if your ally is directly in front of you, it doesn't really hurt your scuttle either, because you can go boink and jump over. Not that it would have mattered anyway, because you're going to move through them, but I guess that's also kind of a bit weird. But the jump is maybe a bit erroneous at times, but I'm sure like at some point it will probably come into play. Like maybe there's an obstacle here, and you want to get to that hex. I don't know. Something like that. Also, the poison. Attack 4, add poison. That's pretty good. Although we might have already stacked a bunch of poison, right? I like the way that our choices at level 4 are poison or poison. I'm going to go with poison. The bottom, you are immune to immobilize. Interesting. Well, that's good, because if we were to be immobilized, that kind of wrecks our character. So, sure, I can see that being very detrimental to this character if you were immobilized. The next 3 times you would generate light, generate any element, and the element shown instead, and gain 1 XP. That is oddly specific. An enemy could also be adjacent to you to attack or jump over. That's also true. You could have an enemy in that spot. Yeah, it's true. Maybe you want to hit the archer at the back or something. Do you lose the immobilized immunity after the 3 charges? That's a very good point. Because this says to lose the card, right? It's like it goes to loss, right? The bottom loss isn't that exciting. It's a good top, though. Yeah, I feel like this bottom is really oddly specific, right? If you don't generate light, you're immune forever. I'll tell you what would have been interesting here though, is if this said May. Maybe that would have been too good. I don't know. But the next few times, you would generate light. It's like you may generate, right? Like, so if this was optional, so you could choose whether or not you wanted to keep light or change to something else, and then you could make two things. I think that would actually make the card a lot more interesting to play with. Whereas it feels almost like a slight downside, right? Yeah, you could avoid generating light, but you have a lot of light generation on your cards, and you have a lot of great effects that use light too. And of course, you could just choose light as that, but that would feel really silly, right? Blade Blade laughs at this. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's pretty underwhelming. I like the immunity to immobilize, though. I think that's subtly quite nice. Not every scenario has enemies that do immobilize you in, though. So it's a kind of... maybe a bit situational. Yeah, it's a weird one. The top is very good, though. The top's really good. Again, I like this kind of thing if we can tag it on a little bit more. I dislike it when it feels more like more work. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. This is, maybe it's just the way that glows are presented to me. Sometimes I feel like this takes up an action, which, I mean, playing it does take an action. Like, this will take an action for me to play this glow out in front of me, right? Whereas like this, we're gonna kind of get that as we go along, and we can use you know, we can have a different glow up, so we can use ice, and maybe we have another glow that we can start using, right? So it uses up a turn to play it and a glow slot, if you like, that is up. So yeah, this is a tough call, right, between these two, because I feel like you like these cards for different reasons. I think I like the top of this one, and I like the bottom of this one. This is another way to generate an element. This does not generate anything, but adding poison to your next glow is very flexible. Right? We're saying use it with the wound element, but you could also just use it with your curse or with your immobilize, right? There are other things you could use it with, which are actually, you know, probably equally as good at times. Just getting as much poison out is the game here. Getting as many things poisoned as possible is the game. Plus the fact that this kind of just says add +1 damage to, you know, each of the things that you're attacking. It would work really, really well with some of your big burns as well. Some of your other burns. Tough. This only poisons one thing, but you get a bit of heal, but you generate light. Like, this is a very, like, this is very good value in general, I would say, as like a single attack. This attack 4 and poison. And then potentially some other upsides as well. Like, this is very good value. Like, this is obviously a big blowout turn that could be crazy, but... Ooh, it's a tough decision, I think. Hey, Fernando. Just got here. Is this a custom character? Yes, this is the Luminary from Crimson Scales. If I had to pick between these two, I would probably end up picking this card, I think. Just because I feel like this has a lot of just general use, which is going to be quite good. And this will, you know, will eventually become something probably pretty crazy. Like, we can find a good spot to play this. You're going to be really happy about that. Whereas I feel like this is probably the action that I would like to play, but this I just feel is just a bit weird, really. And I don't think I'd ever really consider using this as the bottom. I don't. I just don't. So this is kind of like two usable halves that I think that we can, you know, even if we were just to attack two things, for 8, you know, to try and kill something towards the end of a scenario, just to try and get some XP and finish it off, you know, when we're nearly like the rest of the team's close to exhausting, or we're close to exhausting, right? My only problem with this is that we have a lot of big top attack burns, and maybe we're a bit front loaded on those, so I don't know. What is the hand size? It was 11, wasn't it? 11? Was it? Yeah, 11. Okay. All right, on to 5. 5 hypes. Okay, so 5's where it's all at. Okay, then. Colorful wavelengths. Attack 5. Consume ice to add PS2 and create fire. Consume fire.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Just a little bit. Consume fire to instead turn it into sort of a ranged attack with the weird scuttle thing. Presumably this means that we get a scuttle. Bit odd that this is here, but presumably this means that we get a scuttle.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Create ice. So that's quite nice. Turn fire into ice. Turn ice. I think turning ice into fire is where it's at, though, probably. Consume light to get push 2. Nice. We haven't seen any kind of push or maneuvering of enemies yet from this character. And we did have a trap card. It was terrible, but we did have a trap card. So now you have a way to actually maybe push them through that trap, right? Maybe. No, it doesn't. It's just a range 2 melee. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. So push 2, create dark. Very good element there. Consume dark to add curse and create light. Yeah, so if you could consume all 4 elements, yeah, you can get them all back. So if you were to do a big... Oh, buddy. If you were to do... What was it? What was that card? Is this living the dream? Is this living... It's actually living the Luminary dream. Do this, then the next turn, use all 4 of them. Make them again. And they'd be like, sure. And then you follow up with your... Then you follow up with this. See you later, boss. That's certainly interesting. I mean, obviously the flexibility of this card is pretty nuts. And it also just keeps the train going, right? So you don't want your elements to terminate. You don't want them to just end. You want to keep making elements so that on the next turn you have another element to use, and you're making and using every single turn. That is the key to playing good element consumer and generating characters. And this does that in like the best I've ever seen a card do it, to be honest. Because you're getting so much value. Even if the enemy didn't have shield, you could be like, sure, I'm just going to consume ice to add PS2 to my attack, just so that I have fire next turn. Like, and I'm attacking for 5. That's a huge attack, right? 83 initiative isn't amazing, though. That is true. That is a big downside. I mean, especially if these elements are already hanging out and you specifically want to be the one to use them. If you were to go on 83 initiative, there's a chance they get stolen previously in the round. So, yeah, this would need to probably be paired with an earlier initiative. Yep, I can see that. But good news is we do have a decent amount of those. So, that's good. The bottom is attack 3. Create all 4 elements. Little sweeping blow type thing there. Perform a glow ability without consuming an element. Ooh. It is a loss, though. But it's a bottom attack. What was that other big burn that we had? Oh, you want to go for the strength and cheese? I mean, this character's not a good character to do that with. So we got the wound one, curse one, heal one. I guess it's the wound one is the one you really want to trigger with this, right? Bottom attacks are never bad. Well, they are if they're burns. They can be if they're burns. Unfortunately. Because then you don't even have... Like, the thing is that sometimes you can carry... You can kind of carry bad tops sometimes if the bottoms are good moves. But it's harder to carry, like, a burn bottom sometimes, I've found. But this is a credible top, though. I don't know. Fair, but in a tight spot, they aren't that bad. Yeah, I mean, if you needed something dead quick, absolutely. This could really help you have a big impact, like in a single turn, for sure. Pair this with the Bright Spark Element Creation build. Ooh. Yeah, if you've got elements flowing, not just from yourself, and I do think this character is actually really quite self-sufficient, which is nice. You do need a way to create all 4, though, in a single turn to then kind of make the 4. Obviously, this character wants mana potions. I think that goes without saying. But also wands, maybe? Just anything that can get you some extra elements, I think. Yeah, this is very good. This top is nuts, really. And the funny thing is that even if it didn't have any of this and it was just attack 5, right? I'd probably still play it. Shadow Claws. And this is another glow. During your turn, consume dark to gain muddle, to muddle everything. Gain advantage on all of your attacks targeting enemies with muddle this round. Oh, that's kind of neat. That's pretty unique. I like that. With a scythe, it's really good. Oh yeah, if you got any way to make this multi-target, I guess that would sort of throw this out the window, though, right? You wouldn't use this? I don't know. Okay, so it kind of gives you strengthen, right? For this round only. Gives you advantage for this round only.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. So this is kind of weird because I like the idea of just having advantage. Like, I almost... Like, this is kind of like... Whatever. I actually like this part much more. Just giving you advantage. Make sure you don't miss. You've got plenty of attacks that target this kind of... You know, range, right? But it is consuming dark, which is a very good one. Importantly, this is all tied to this element, right? We don't get this unless we consume the dark. This is always like a bit weird the way that this is, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Everything that's in this border, you have to consume the dark to kind of do, right? If you don't kill them, they're disadvantaged on the return strike. Yeah. Which is a nice thing to have. You have curse. Curse is something that your character does. So there is some, there's definitely some added benefit to muddle, maybe more so than usual. I mean, muddle's still an okay effect. I'm just generally quite low on it, unless it's, you know, there's also a lot of cursing going on, and then it becomes really good. But you need that combination of those two effects, really. This is it. This is a really interesting one because this character, normally I would see something like this and be like, strengthen, I'm in. I am so in. But this character has a very average attack modifier. Like, you're just going to be drawing basically your standard kind of values, really. Plus zeros. You know, you're not going to be, you can kind of get rid of a lot of the rubbish ones anyway. So, like, strengthen is definitely not as strong, or advantage is definitely not as strong on this character as it is on others. But again, if you're lining up a big attack, then you don't want to miss. Like, it's toughy. Biggest issue with this card is figuring out what effect you activated once it's in your active zone. Oh, is this the bottom of this card? Okay, let's go through the bottom of this. 25 initiative is good initiative, though. Wow, that's a good... It's better. Not, like, amazing, but, yeah, good. Remove one negative condition from self. Nice. So, I mean, this would, in a weird way, kind of... You could get rid of the immobilize, right? If he was really screwing you that turn. Would allow you to remove that and do this. Move 2. Anytime you consume at least one element when performing a glow ability, you may generate an element and discard this card. This element must be different than any consumed by the glow. Ooh. Okay. So this is another one that keeps you going. I tell you what, this is really hard to... It's really hard to keep track of in this format, like how many elements we're making and consuming as we go along, right? It's really difficult. Because when does this become enough, you know? When do we draw the line and say, actually, we're good. We know that we can make and we can create and consume elements turn after turn, like we're in a good place. We don't have to worry about having more generation. But if you really want generation, this is really good. Because you're going to be doing this anyway, right? And the good news is it kind of just stays there for one use and then it goes away again. A 25 initiative move 2 is kind of okay. And you get to remove a negative condition. That's like a very small side sort of benefit, really. I guess if you were disarmed, that's really good. It would be good at removing disarm, muddle, immobilize, you know, wound, obviously, poison too. Yeah, I guess that is worth something. You know, that is something, right? Removing stun would be great. Yeah, if you could, but unfortunately you can't. Yeah, I'll freak you out version. Unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to, because stun stops you from playing cards, and this is playing a card. Specifically, cure potions say on them that you can use them to remove stun, I believe. Like there's a specific wording that's used for that item. But yeah, because you're playing a ability to remove it, stun prevents you from playing an ability, unfortunately. Seems fun, but at least here you see how you suck at playing this with input. Too complex for you. This is a very complex class, I would say. Although, you know, having said that, when you get to a certain point, you're gonna be like just basically putting out elements every single turn. Like, I feel like there's some very safe choices here. Like, compared to somebody like Triangles, who has, I think you have 2 level 1 cards. You have Infernal Vortex, and you have... There's another one that I can't remember the top of, but basically there are attack burns that generate some elements for you. And, you know, they are a good way for you to kind of make sure that you generate some elements, have a fairly impactful turn, you know, do like an okay attack. I don't think either of them are particularly great. Well, actually, no, there's one that attacks for everything range 2. That's the other one I'm thinking of. That's pretty good. But the other one's like attack 1, everything at within range 3 or something. But they generate elements anyway, and they're big burn attacks, and that means that you can have a nice follow-up turn next turn, you know, safe in the knowledge, as long as nobody steals them, that the elements are going to be there for you to use. This character has a very similar feel at times, because you have a lot of these burns that are just like, here's a bunch of elements, right? Burn this card, here's a bunch of elements. Same with this one. Get into a good position, burn this card, hopefully create a bunch of elements, right? There's a fair few of these types of things in this, right? This one too. Hopefully, here's a bunch of elements, right? So there's quite a lot of options here that I think will protect this class a little bit more from that pitfall of playing Triangles, where sometimes you just don't make elements and you just can't consume them, right? another level of you really like the top of one and the bottom of the other. Yeah, that's true. Why can't we mix the cards? I mean, this just seems fun to me, so I'm going to go for this. I can't think of anything more fun than actually having like a reoccurring simulacrum, basically. So, and that's kind of what this does in a weird way. It's not got the same effects as simulacrum, right? But it kind of like does the same kind of thing, and it regenerates the elements itself. So, I mean, I'm not passing up a card that can let me do that. Although I do like this card in general. I think this is quite a nice mix of abilities. I think this is well done. But it's so flashy, right? Yeah, at the end of the day, consuming a bunch of elements to get a bunch back is exciting. Exactly. Like, how could I not take this card? I do feel like this is a really good mix of abilities, though, and actually very useful and probably quite impactful at times. You know, will allow you to do some cool things. But, I mean, this is like one of those things where it's like, oh, you're going to get, like, incremental advantage as the scenario progresses, right? Maybe a bit hard to measure, whereas you look at something like this and you're like, bang, big attack, give me all these bunch of elements, push the guy into a trap, pierce 2, you know, curse him, right? Give me a load of elements, I'm doing it again. You could even use a stamina potion to get this back and do it all over again. You know, like, kind of silly, but I like it. That'll be my pick anyway. Encompassing Aura, level 6. Shield 1 and Retaliate 1. Affects self and all allies in a depicted area. Nice. Okay. Consume Ice for +1 shield. Consume Dark for +1 Retaliate. Okay, so this could be a Shield 2, Retaliate 2, 1 XP for a round. It's a non-burn. That's a pretty good shields up type card. 11 initiative too. That's a very good shields up type of card. Like, there are certain scenarios, like if you want to just survive, or you need to, you know, you really just need to sit there and tank damage. This is a very good effect for that. And the fact that you can do it to your allies too is quite important, because then you don't have this weird backwards and forwards of like, oh, I need to be in focus, or if you have an enemy that it's a target 2 enemy or something, you don't have to worry about that. It's this covers everything, right? Bam, bam, bam. If you can spend 3 elements with the level 2 loss, it's shield 3, ret 2. Ah, yeah. That's true. Big shields. It is a little bit of a do-nothing, though. And I don't mind that when that's specifically, like, your character is enabling others. Like, I play a lot of Sunkeeper, and, you know, sometimes you do get out of a scenario being like, I didn't feel like I had the greatest impact in the game, but a lot of that's just because you sit there playing Bright Aegis top over and over and over again. You know, or you've just, you know, you played Cautious Advance a lot. You've just sat there and shielded, maybe retaliated a bit. You've hit a couple of guys. You know, you've done your bit, which was to be in the way, be a body in the room, which is not always the most exciting way of playing, but serves a purpose. And this is a very good shield card. It really is. Very, very good. Difficult, like again, I'm not envisioning playing the character this way. Like, I am envisioning playing the aggressive character, but you have had a few other like supporty type options. So I mean, there is obviously quite a good support build with this character, obviously. Like, you can just tell. Kind of like a little bit of you can maybe do a bit of tanking because of your health, but you got plenty of heals, you got strengthens. You know, you got a lot of stuff going on in that respect. So you've definitely got this kind of, it's like an off tank, like a support tank hybrid thing going on. which is pretty cool. And a move 4 and initiative 11 is good. Is that what we've got here? Okay. 11 initiative. Consume light, immobilize, target all adjacent enemies. Nice. Then move away from them. Then wound some different enemies. Then move away from them. And while you're in the process of doing that, immobilize them again. No, you can't. I believe light is the immobilized one on the glow. So this is a good one for well, actually, is this like this is kind of like anti-glow, isn't it? I guess. Because both of these have got pretty good glow uses. I'll tell you what, I am surprised that we haven't had more glows, but in a similar way that I guess with the prayers and stuff, it's kind of hard to give characters more glows because you don't want because you can only give 2 cards. And this is one of the limitations of Gloomhaven I actually kind of dislike a little bit. The whole 2 cards at every level up means that I think classes like this that could actually benefit from maybe having like maybe a couple more glows, it's hard to find the space to fit them in the number of cards that you have, right? And it's very hard for a player when you level up to make a choice between something that does attack 5 and a bunch of other cool stuff versus, oh, this thing, you know? It's difficult. So I think it's like one of the downsides. I kind of wish that there was a way that you could sneak extra cards in somewhere, you know? Because you don't want one that's too powerful at level 1, that it's just like overshadows everything. Because then you have the whole, you know, mind's weakness problem again, which you don't want. But you also don't want it so that it's people are, you know, choosing raw damage over glows. It's a really, it's a limitation of the game system, really. There is a way. It's called house rules. Yeah, I know, but when people are designing custom classes, you know, they're not going to be thinking that way. It would be interesting if someone created a custom class that broke that rule in some way. I don't know what would be a fair and balanced way of doing it, but that would be kind of interesting. Because if you think about prayers, that was another bunch of cards that were printed. Med packs, that's another bunch of cards printed specifically for that character. What if you had a character that had 3 level ups cards to choose from? Maybe that wouldn't be that interesting. I don't know. It's just, you know, I'm just like spitballing here. Yeah, so this is a bit counterintuitive to the glows, maybe, because you might want to actually, like, for example, you know, the light one does do this anyway, so I guess this is kind of like the glow. This is the glow without playing the glow, and this is the glow without playing the glow. So for the same elements, the same effects. So it's like, it's interesting. You can have another glow, but then the only other glows are, I guess, the heal ones that you really like. If you're playing like a more support build. It's free glows. Sounds maybe a bit too many choices. Picking out 2 cards is enough. Tough enough as it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very fair point. And also, what's the famous quote? Limitations breed creativity. You know, I think having strict rules around what characters have to meet keeps them more interesting, because you know that they have to adhere to a set of rules. You know, they have to do this. Otherwise, if you start breaking rules like that, you know, in theory, someone will be like, well, what happens if I have a character that has a hand size of 15? You know, or maybe their hand size goes up by 1 every time they level up. You know, like, you know, you start to get to the and then like weird stuff starts happening, right? And balance goes all over the shop. Gotta have some kind of frame of reference. You're probably using the wound glow and you don't like the immobilize being the first effect. Probably just the move and initiative for you. Yeah, you could just use this as a nice move 4 with 11 initiative, right? What is the other level 6? Because this is like not for me. It's got to have the word attack on it, all right? Attack 3. If a target occupies the hex, add the conditions shown to the attack. Okay, this is pretty similar to... Well, this is an overarching mechanic from Crimson Scales, right? Adding this kind of thing where specific hexes do specific things. So poison, poison, immobilize. Immobilize on the good one too, right? That makes sense. They figured that one out. Make sure you put the immobilize on the one that's actually not adjacent to you. And then scuttle backwards and forwards. If you scuttle, create dark. That's good. Poison 2 things. Oh man, but now we're double stacking poison a lot, right? Maybe we've already poisoned them. But this is a reusable attack 3 on 3 things, so I mean that's good in itself, and it generates an element, which is good, right? Spicy immobilizes the back, yeah. I like that. Have I seen the Frosthaven starter classes from the demo module? I mean, yes, I've done reviews on all of the Frosthaven classes, or not really reviews. They're more like impressions, similar to these kind of things. These are fairly like laid back. Obviously, I haven't played this character, so I'm very cautious to say that it's like a full-blown guide on a character until I've actually played the character, because it's like, you know, sometimes you can think something's good and then you play with it and it's not good, or something else actually, because of the mechanics of the character, is way more powerful than you think it is. Yeah, the demo module is not the one that, when I say that I reviewed them, I reviewed them to the PDFs, the Frosthaven, the up-to-date classes in the Frosthaven PDFs from Isaac. Has a lot changed? Yes, I would say. In particular with the Deathwalker. Deathwalker had quite a few changes. Yeah. And also Bone Shaper had quite a few cards moved around. I think from different levels, they changed the levels on some of them, or in the effects slightly, I believe. Those are 2 that I know off the top of my head were changed a fair bit. Okay. So I think I'm probably going to go for Imposing Brilliance. The bottom here is move 3. If you end this movement in a hex adjacent to at least one enemy, generate fire. If you end this element adjacent to at least one ally, generate ice. If you end this movement in the same hex you started in, generate light. Well, this is pretty cool. I think you can guarantee getting at least one of these 3, right? At least. But the chances are you can probably get... Wow, actually, can you probably get 2? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe not. Getting all 3 is like... It's actually pretty hard. You're going to need so much team coordination with this character. This feels like a really good character to play solo, actually. If I was to play solo, I think I would like to play this character. Like, because it's just... There's a lot of, like, intricacies between movement, between you and allies and things like that. Elements as well. Like, it's very intricate. And I can imagine that if you play in a group of people who maybe don't communicate as much, or maybe are a little bit more awkward, like, don't play ball, if you like, as much. You know, they're a bit more kind of self-centered in their playing, and they don't maybe, you know, help you out. That could be a bit of a trick with this one. Not that my playgroup's like that. I'm just saying, like, in general, as a general observation, it feels like playing this solo, you could really min-max it, and that'll be really cool. 3 elements reusable. Yeah, but can you get all 3? Can you get all 3? That means that you would have had to have started your turn in a hex that was adjacent to both an enemy and an ally, which I guess is not a huge reach, but it is quite specific. You feel personally attacked, you actively emit information. I mean, that's fine. That's part of playing the multiplayer game. But what I mean is, like, classes like this, when you start getting really intricate team play, then the communication rules are stretched very thin, right? I think, you know, when you're playing characters that are not that way, then people will adhere to the rules in a very strict and good manner. But I feel like when you get characters that care a lot more about it, then those rules tend to get stretched a little bit, right? Alternatively, you'd have to force an enemy to move next to you using the compass, Or use the top move to position yourself. That's true. You could use a scuttle first, right? So I guess in theory, what you could do is just ignore the fact that it says move 3 on it. And you could try and like scuttle. And then that could help you get all 3. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Specifically, you would have to use the move though, right? Even if it is like jump backwards and forwards, you would still have to do that. So if I was surrounded on all 4 sides, right? If there was, if for whatever reason, let's say there were enemies all around me, I don't know, like obstacle, trap, or whatever. Like, let's just say I was completely surrounded on all 4 sides, right? I physically cannot perform the move action, right? I guess none of this would trigger. I mean, I know it's a little bit corner case, but... Move 0 is fine, you think? Because it's kind of like... So, for example, if you think about it this way, right? I don't know if they changed the ruling on this, but... It was always this way, and it's this way in Gloomhaven rules. I don't know if they've changed the rules in Frosthaven, actually. But say, for example, this. If you are immobilized, you cannot perform, or even if you wanted to just stay in one place, if you cannot physically perform the move 2, you don't generate this element. So it makes me wonder if that is a similar kind of situation with this card, right? Where are we? We're like here, right? Makes me wonder if it's a similar kind of thing. Use it to move 0. So is move 0 a Frosthaven thing? Because it's not like, oh, maybe it's a thing in digital that throws me. Because in digital you definitely have to perform the move. Like you can't like go to do move and then if you skip the movement, I believe it doesn't work. Interesting remark, but you'd rule against immobilizing, stopping it. Well, immobilize would stop that other card, and I think this is kind of in the same vein as that. Digital, you don't have to. That's why you think it works. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know digital's a little bit weird at times, but I've definitely been immobilized before, and therefore I can't perform the move action. Therefore, I cannot do this, right? Because it says move 3, then it says if you end this movement, right? So if I didn't perform a move action, I didn't end movement, therefore I wouldn't do this, right? Either way, we're probably getting into like rules semantics, but it's a very small thing, but I would say if you were immobilized, this would probably not work. Maybe you could decide to perform a move 0 if you couldn't physically move, like, because you were blocked in. Anyway, so between these 2 cards at level 6, I mean, I think I'm probably gonna, I think I'll probably go for Imposing Brilliance, but then I feel like maybe we've doubled down a bit too much on Poison. I really like the bottom of this because it's like free glows, but the problem is that we like both of these glows enough that we're probably playing them, so it almost feels like a bit of a waste. You know, what's the 3rd glow here that we want? And that would maybe be the cursed one. And I guess that's about it. Maybe the strengthen allies one. Maybe the heal allies one if you went down that route. If you are going the support build, this is a slam dunk though. So, and this is a good like control ability for sure. I could see it maybe being used just as a immobilized move 4. Maybe. I don't know. It is a bit strange. Okay, so let's go to 7 Gamma Energy Glow. Okay, good, a new glow. I would like a new glow to add, to be honest. During your turn, consume fire. All enemies in the target area suffer 2 damage. Bang, there it is. Good. I like it. And a new offensive glow. And it uses fire. And obviously we like to use the fire for the wound. But in theory, we could... You know, 2 damage is better than wound. And also, you know, maybe we've already wounded everybody, right? So this actually could be more useful, right? Suffer 2 is wild. Yeah, it does so much damage to shielded enemies. So it absolutely melts imps and living spirits and stuff. Like, it's really good. A free 2 damage, pretty much. I mean, you gotta consume fire, but pretty much free. Doesn't generate another element, though, so I guess that's the downside. I don't think any of the level higher than level 1 glows have made an element. I think Nitz spoke about that earlier, that they kind of do that to make them a bit easier to play at level 1, but these ones are a bit more expert mode, right? The bottom is spicy. Okay, 65 initiative. Consume all strong or waning elements. Okay. We can use wind! Attack X. Range 3. Target X. Where X is equal to the number of elements consumed. Hot damn. So just within our own sphere of influence here, that's 4. Right? Let's Magical Christmas Land. We've done 4. Attack 4, target 4. I mean, it's not Flurry of Axes, but that card's broken, so that's a bottom as well.
Wow.
4 plus the mana pot is already amazing. Yeah, I mean, targeting the range 3 part of this card is probably a little bit is the awkward part. This is the first proper ranged attack we've had too, right? Every other card has always been a melee attack with maybe, like, you know, pseudo range, but it's still melee. This is the first card that we have that says the word range on it. Because as soon as I see a card like this, I'm immediately thinking, give me Hawk Helm, give me Piercing Bow, let's go. We're going to town, right? You know, this is like the ultimate abuse. And that's usually what I kind of go for with this sort of thing. But you don't even have any other card to justify using it. How do you justify Hawk Helm when you have one card at level 7 that uses it, right? If you recall, it used to be like range 1 plus X. Okay, so then if you consumed or maybe that would be too good. I think it would be better to just set the range, right? So like, if you set the range, I think setting the range to 3 is fair here. Because if you set that to range X plus 1, if you were to consume 3 elements, that's range 4, which makes it very easy to land, right? And let's face it, you're trying to do this with 4 or 5 elements. That's what you're trying to do. Who's burning this for 2 or less, right? Nobody. Three is manageable. 4 and on would be long range. You don't think this class deserves getting long range attacks? No, it's not on theme. I will say that having a little bit of range, like for example, if you look at the Brute, has even just a simple addition of a card like Skewer or Spare Dagger, those kinds of things, just to give them a little bit of range works really well. And this character has had that. You know, we have had those cards that allow us to kind of just do that pseudo ranged attack. I think that is important because sometimes enemies are behind traps, behind obstacles. You know, it means you don't have to be worried about characters being locked completely out of scenarios sometimes by just the way they're designed. You know, everybody should have a tool in their arsenal to deal with an enemy at range in some way, even if it is only range 2 away or whatever, you know? You're thinking a scuttle top to get us closer to the enemies. We got a few non-element consumed scuttles, right? Well, we got some that also make a load. But I guess they won't be made until the end of your turn, which sucks. But yes, you could have like would be a good scuttle top. Maybe something like this. This will be a pretty good scuttle top, right? Attack this guy, poison him. I guess you don't want to be... I guess in a weird way, though, you kind of don't want to be adjacent. Unless you don't want disadvantage, right? I guess you could get the strengthen or something. It's interesting to think about. Where are we at? Not there. There. I mean, this card's great, right? Both half of this card is great. The bottom really tickles my combo, you know, addiction, if you want. Like, I just like to play Flurry of Axes. My favorite cards in the game are Flurry of Axes and Unstable Upheaval. And this is also kind of similar in a way to the Summoner one, which I like, which was that you can attack X, range X, where X is the number of summoned allies, and it's always just hilarious to just try and go all in on that. And this has got a similar vibe to that kind of thing. This is a good way to do a burn, attack a lot of things style kind of ability. So I like it. I think it's really good. And the top is like just really good anyway. So maybe we just play the top a bunch anyway, right? You just don't think this glow is better than the wound? It depends on how quickly you want to kill something, right? So wound does 1 damage tick per go. If the enemy is already wounded, you can't wound them again. So there is a cap to wound. Wound will only do 1 damage per turn, right? That's it. If you need an enemy dead and you need an enemy dead quick, this is a better card for doing that. Because you can do 2 damage, which is basically 2 turns of wound. So it does do it a little bit quicker. But I see your point. That in certain situations, just applying wound and forgetting about it can be quite good. And the damage is instant, not delayed. Exactly. If you want something dead, this can really help you do that. And quite often, you know, annoying enemies with shield also do have access to heal. So, you know, forest imps, they all have heal. Living spirits have heal. Yeah, they have heal, don't they? Yeah. Like those enemies that could just take 1 point of wound damage and then heal themselves again. This is like, ugh. And also it also works well against those abilities. So, you know, when a forest imp shields up for 5 and maybe does retaliate or something like that, or if, for example, you're against a flame demon that has retaliate, right? You can just do stuff like this to just take them down without ever having to draw an attack modifier card and ever performing an attack. So it's, yeah. I agree with you that there are in theory situations when wound could be better, but wound largely doesn't do as much damage as people think it does. It's usually just a couple of extra points of damage. It's not usually like 5 points of wound damage, because usually by that point in time you've probably killed the enemy or whatever, you know. Hey Mac, you're wondering why Helm on the Mountain even exists? Do I miss some hidden combo? What is that? The one that when you get is that one where you can consume earth or something? Where you get immobilized, consume earth to do something? I'll have to refresh my memory. When attacked, if earth is strong, immobilize the attacker. Any sort of hidden combo. I mean, it's good on the crack heart, I guess. It's probably about it, but The problem with a lot of items in Gloomhaven is they're far too conditional. And they just get beaten out by the items that are not conditional. So, in theory, Helm of the Man could be interesting in certain builds. But, unfortunately, it's just way weaker than every other option available. And you can sell it for a bunch of gold. So. Or fighting enemies that generate earth, use their own earth against them. Yeah, I mean, ironically, pretty good in that particular scenario, right? Because you're against earth demons. There you go. Okay, so obviously we love this card. We love this card. Next up, we have Photonic Defense. Either level 7. On the next 4 attacks targeting you, gain shield 3 or retaliate 3 for the attack and generate the element shown. Ooh, 9 initiative. That's the lowest one yet. First single digit initiative. I like the flexibility, because sometimes like the retaliate 3 might be the right pick here because you might kill something. Also, perhaps you're against an enemy that has pierce, so you're like, screw it, retaliate, right? But it just seems quite passive to me. It's like shield 3 is a lot though, and retaliate 3 is a lot too. You wish the top specified melee attacks. Oh, I see what you mean, right? Because sometimes range attacks you don't want shield or retaliate. Yeah, I suppose that is the time when that could screw you over, because you could be attacked by an archer with like a high pierce attack and it doesn't do anything apart from generate the element, of course, which you can get. The bottom is move 3. After you perform a glow ability this round, perform another move 3. Create dark. Now that's pretty good and very flexible as well. Move into the enemies, right? Actually, that's super good because you could move into the enemies, perform your attack, then perform your glow, then move away. But I guess sometimes that's a weird ordering. That's not a good ordering for the poison glow, right? Well, actually, no, we don't have the poison. The poison glow is on the bottom card. No, I'm thinking of something else. The poison one is actually, it's an effect. Yeah, it's fine. It adds it to a glow. So in theory, you could move 3, go in and attack. Then you could do your immobilize or your wound 1. Then you could move 3 out of the way and create dark. Or at least move to a slightly different position, right? But it's not attack the entire room for 6 level of ride or die loss. It's true. It's very, like, again, it's kind of the same situation we had with the last, with this one, right? Level 5. It's like, do I choose the card that is quite clearly the fun? Or do I choose the card that is actually, like, legitly very good for the enabling of the character? But then I have to pass up the card that does this, which is also the fun. I just want to play with the fun. Plus, I would like another glow, right? We're basically only playing two glows, maybe 3. So, I like getting another glow's fun. How this works is fun. Yeah, it is. But like you said, it's not attack. It's not attack, 4 things in a room for 4. Plus, this is very solid too. 9 initiative, move 3 though. I don't know. You might be pushed into this. This is one of those kind of decisions where without playing the character, I inherently just want to take the fun card. But perhaps if I've been playing the character up to this point, I might be sat there going like, all I really need right now to make my character like function like how I want it is some kind of low initiative move, make dark. You know, like you might be sat there going like, oh my god, my prayers have been answered, it does exactly what I wanted it to do, you know. So that's hard to tell without playing the character. So I mean, obviously this is the fun, but this could well be exactly what you've been looking for, right? You're on the school of suffer damage. You love Craig, Sunkeeper, and Red Guard. You're taking the suffer glow. Yeah, I mean, I'm also in that camp generally. But that's two really good cards there. Really tough decision. I like both of them a lot. Level 8, dominating illumination. So we got another glow. During your turn, consume fire to add +1 attack to all your attacks this round. Consume light, bless self. Ooh, okay. Now we can start to turn that damage corner. All right. Now we got the bless. Level 8. Yeah.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Now that is a fair point. That's very awkward. Without forward looking, you wouldn't know that, right? I feel like in the knowledge that this is at level 8, I don't know whether or not I could take this level 7 now. Like, I mean, it's not quite as good as this. Suffer damage is really good. And obviously this is crazy fun. But this does a lot of stuff. Interestingly, though, like, well, I guess you consume dark, right? Hang on, do we have another? Like, what's the best attack for this, right? Oh, I guess you just use a big burn with it, right? Yeah, you just use a big burn with it. Sure. Powers up your burns. And maybe gives you a use for fire or whatever. Told you level 7 glow is bad versus this. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Because it's different. But yeah, I think thinking forward that we're probably only going to have space for maybe 3 glows in our hand. I don't think we can afford to take like this and this. I think you'd have to make a decision. And well, let's see what the other level 8 is, because maybe that the other level 8 is like amazing. But, yes, I mean, this is the kind of thing though that you've been kind of looking for, right? Just additional +1 to all your attacks. Brilliant, great. It actually combos really, really well though with the bottom of this, funnily enough. So there you go. The bottom is attack 3. Then you may move 2 into any of the depicted black hexes if you do generate light. Oh my god, it's a bottom attack, and it lets you reposition and make an element. Alright, this card's amazing. Alright. You lose targets if you use... Oh yeah, good point. Actually, you're right. True. Ooh, wow. Would you want to add? No, actually, it doesn't actually work very well at all, does it? I guess you could maybe bless yourself. Yeah, but you probably don't want to do that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I tell you what, the bottom of this card is actually insane as well. Attack 3, then get a move 2 and create an element on the bottom of it. It's perfect. Really strong. And the good thing is that, like, say there's an enemy here. Right? You don't even need... There doesn't even need to be 2 enemies, right? I think if you're going to just target one of these 2, you're pretty happy. Because this scuttle here will give you a really good opportunity to set up another good top attack that maybe has a scuttle again. So there's a way that you could go, you know, attack 3, move 2, create light. Then you set up a really nice top with a good scuttle. Then you can do an attack, scuttle again, and make another element. Making 2 elements... in that single turn, like, simply. And of course, having another good opportunity here for you to use your glow in between the two tops and bottoms of the cards, right? You attack this, and then you scuttle in here, and then you're in a really good position to then use the wound glow to wound these two guys, maybe a third guy if there was another one here, and also you can do your attack, right? Really good. This is one hell of a package for sure. The only problem is this initiative, as always. It's like all of the most powerful stuff. Like, just give it 50 initiative, because then it's like whatever. At least they then have to like pair it. At least you have to pair it with something else that may not be like your preferred thing, right? If they make this such a really early initiative or something, so you can just use it whenever you want, then you can choose whatever card to pair it with. But now you might actually have to make a consideration to pair it with something for initiative, right? It's one of those things where if you give a really strong ability a middle of the road initiative, it forces the player to have to pick another card almost based on initiative, and that can be bad, right? So it's another way of self-balancing the system a little bit. Is just make it a really awkward middle initiative, because then, I mean, you could just use it on 51 and go for Magical Christmas Land with something else, right? It's possible, but it does limit that somewhat. The low initiative seem to be on the shield or ignore you type cards. Exactly, right? Not on the really good attacks. And that's how they kind of limit the damage that you can really do, because it actually practically ends up you not being able to do that. You feel like, oh yeah, I can do this thing, but actually when you get to the game, everything moves around or the initiative doesn't work out for you, right? How to nerf a card, slap 45 to 60 initiative on it. Basically, yeah. It's the worst. Like, you either want to go early or you want to go late. Nobody wants to go in that awkward in-between bit. Okay, so Optical Refraction. Attack 3, Consume Dark to add PS3. That's a lot of PS. Consume any other element to create another element of your choice. You may move to jump into one of the depicted black hexes. If you do, generate ice. So this is the first one we've had that's kind of like behind, right? Scuttling behind. This is reusable. Makes ice, which is, you know, an element that, to be honest, I don't think we don't care loads about, but actually we do have a few little cards here or there that will use it and, you know, give us some self-heal or some extra bonuses here or there with different things. So, you know, ice is not a premium element for us, but it is certainly usable. And the way that we can potentially create any other element too, right? So possibly we can kind of filter some elements to give ourselves a nice combination where ice and whatever else that we're making could potentially be useful in the next turn. Or of course just take away an element from an enemy that's going to use like an element to do something nasty. That's another thing you can do. This is basically up to an attack 6 against shielded enemies at higher levels. Yeah, I mean, this is a good sort of place to put this, I think. Level 8 means that you're going to actually be able to do that damage to those enemies. It's a little bit on the low side, though. I wouldn't have minded seeing this being like... maybe this being 4 in PS2 instead. I don't know. First, very finely balanced, this card. Attack 3, PS3. But maybe if it was just an attack 4, then people would never consume the dark and just use it for something else. I don't know. That's the other thing. You want people to have to make that decision to activate it, right? Because attack 3 on its own with this kind of pattern at this point in the game is very underwhelming, right? It's very underwhelming. You know, we're level 8 here, but the PS3 is what makes it. Not if they are already poisoned. That's true. Poison does take away a shield. Kind of, you know. That is, I mean, obviously this bypasses the shield, so you would get the poison damage on the back end. But yes, it's kind of like... poison's like the kind of the sneaky way to try and get around a bit of shield too. But yeah. But Pierce would allow you to ignore the shields and then the poison damage would stack on top. So you'd still get used to the poison. Yeah, I think I think this is pretty fair when at levels 8 and 9, I'm probably looking for unfair cards. I think that's fair. That's, you know, reasonable to say, right? Like at 8 and 9, I'm looking for unfair cards, and I feel like this is pretty fair. So, yeah. Maybe we can do better with the other card. Or the other ability on here, maybe. Once per round, if you perform a glow ability, you may discard that card from your active area. If you do, all enemies targeted with the ability suffer 2 damage, and all allies in the targeted area perform heal to self. This is a persistent ability. Wow. Wow, this card now looks terrible in comparison. Jesus. Talk about giving you a card at level 7 and then being like, by the time you get to level 8, there's like 20 different options that are better than it. I mean, come on. That's really harsh. Like, make this like at least like a level 5 card or something. I don't know. It's like immediately irrelevant. Okay, great. Keep in mind, you have to discard the glow. Yeah, I know, but like, is there any situation in which you don't... Like, I mean, it's an interesting idea, because obviously if you have a glow up that you are using every single turn, and I would say like the wound one, for example, is one that you probably want to use like a bunch early on, right? You definitely want to use that one like aggressively. So you're not going to want to discard it immediately. You're going to want to leave it up for probably 3 or 4 rounds, I would think. At least. But then once you're done with it, you can discard it and just do 2 damage to a bunch of enemies to just finish them off. That just seems really good. Because it was also encouraging you to cycle your hand more. Because the other thing with the Mind Thief that, you know, people may do or may not do, I think experienced players do because they understand the benefit. But discarding your augments between rests when you have, you know, odd size cards so that you can keep an even sized hand side, or because you particularly want to use that initiative, right? Mind's weakness is, I think it's like 75, which is quite a good late initiative on that character. So sometimes you wanna remember to do that so you can get it into your hands, so you've got an extra card to play during the next cycle. And this would, and glows are going to be in the same kind of way, right? They stay there until another glow is played or you choose to discard it. So it kind of makes sense that this kind of, you get a little bit of extra value out of that, right? So many times you've forgotten to pull the augment to get the even hand posters. Yeah, I do it all the time too. I forget so much to do it, but luckily it's not usually the deciding factor, I would say, in most scenarios. But I have had occasionally, I've had scenarios that have come down to the wire that if I didn't do it, I would have run out of cards and I needed one more round at the end to win. And it's all been down to that efficient use. So it's one of those things where I think it's always a really good, it's a really good habit to get into doing, because it also gives you an appreciation of the game, I think. And once you start doing it, you know, you'll remember to do it. It's just, you need to get into the habit of doing it. Very nice bottom. Yeah, I think this bottom effect is really quite good. Although it is a burn, so you're going to be, you know, looking at going from 11 to 10. We have a lot of burns on this character. A lot of them are big attacks, though, so you know, it's not like we have lots and lots of passives. I mean, there were some other passives earlier on that I think we've, you know, I think generally speaking, we've passed up to this point. This would probably be the first proper passive. And let's say that per rest cycle that we do, we would probably discard maybe 1 to 2 glows, right? I think that's pretty fair. You're going to have at least 1 glow up for every kind of cycle that you play between, you know, having to rest. You might have 2 up. So let's say that you manage to get 2 enemies each time you do this. This could be somewhere between 2 to maybe 4, maybe 5 damage per rest cycle if you were to do it fairly efficiently and you were pretty good at timing it, remembering to do it. Let's also say that you could maybe heal a heal like an ally maybe once, maybe twice in that sense, and maybe you could get about heal 4 out of that, maybe, as a speculative kind of rough numbers, right? And if you were to say play, let's say you were to play about 5 times through your hand, you know, you were to take somewhere between about 4 to 5 rests in a game, right? Somewhere in that region. It does add up. You could be looking at, what? Close to like 20 damage over the course of a scenario. It adds up. I guess it depends on how you lean into them, depending on party and how hard you lean into specific elements. This bomb can range from shining to not be great. It's interesting for sure. But you think most importantly, this is a loss that adds depth to an interesting gameplay loop that is cycling glows. Yeah. Gives you an incentive to do so, right? Yeah, it's a way to encourage cycling glows. Yeah, exactly. And I like that it's getting your brain to think in that way. I think that's very clever. Was that the other? So the other level 8, this is a tough one, right? Because I feel like this level 8 is like just power level, right? Just really good power level, potentially nerfed by the 51 initiative, but obviously pretty good. I mean, if you had this glow up most of the time, you know, you're probably pretty happy. It's a good juxtaposition here, actually, because this is almost like the glow that you would probably have up all of the time if you could, or most of the time if you could, right? Maybe you might cycle in a couple of the others, very rarely, but this would probably end up being your main glow, whereas this is like the opposite to that. This is like, no, we want you to change your glows, right? So they're kind of opposites of each other in terms of the play style it's encouraging you into here. Really interesting. I don't know, like, I guess my power gamer nature wants me to go towards this card just because of it's inherently very powerful, but I don't know, this just feels more interesting to me. Feels like this would be really interesting to play with. You know? It makes this character a little bit easier. For you, it's just got some more attractive playable. You like the glows? Yeah. Yeah, this is more of an all-in, like, one glow type thing, isn't it? Whereas this is actually staying a little bit more true to that core mechanic. This is kind of like, okay, let's unlock your power level, right? I think we had a similar thing with the Hierophant last week, right? Where we weren't necessarily a big damage dealer, but we got to like level 8 and 9 and we had those crazy cards that just suddenly kind of unlocked our true damage dealing potential, if you like. You know, we really like stepped it up a gear because we suddenly had like ways to bless. We had that crazy card that allowed us to have permanent advantage and have 2x2s in our deck or whatever it was. Like, you know, there's that kind of thing that really steps the numbers up and would really benefit you massively. And this has the same kind of like, oh, do we go all in on one thing, right? Whereas this is kind of like, hey, no, just, you know, I tell you what, if you keep playing that mechanic, you keep it going, you're going to get benefits. And that's pretty cool. I think the top of this is a bit of a miss, but when you're looking at an active ability that you know that you're going to play probably fairly early on. I mean, you might not play this in the first... You might not even play this in the first cycle, to be fair. I feel like you probably would end up doing that, but maybe you wouldn't. you can kind of ignore the other half of the card, right? And you can kind of ignore the initiative almost too, because you're really just looking at it like, will this change my game? And it will. It actually makes the wound 2 damage glows more reliable as follow-up executes. Bad flip against a key enemy or 2. You have the option of 1 to feel pure damage after the attack. That's true too, actually. That's a very good point. It works really cool with this. So if you did take this and now you're like, feels bad, actually, now you could do 2 damage to them and then potentially you could just discard it to do an additional 2. Yeah, that's quite good. And if you were to cycle that a few times, that's 4 pure damage going through shields. Plus you'd have, you know, ways to cycle that, right? You could then try and get some stamina potion to... You get a stamina potion to get this glow back. The only problem is the turn to play the glow is a little bit of a lost... It's like all these things. The way that the Mind Thief got away with it a little bit was that because you had the attack tagged onto the augment. So although sometimes you do have turns where you just, you know, Perverse Edge bottom and Mind's Weakness top and stay in one place, don't hit anything, but you're good to go. There's also turns where just having that Mind's Weakness extra attack is pretty good. And I know you could use the glow on the same turn you play it, but I don't know, maybe you can get to a good place to do that. I'm actually, maybe I was too harsh on this card now. I mean, this just seemed really good though, but I don't know. I really, there's really tough decisions on this character. I'd probably go with this though, just to mess around with it. Like, this is a known quantity, right? I know how good this is. I've played plenty of Gloomhaven. I know how good this is. This is interesting to me. This is different. So I'd probably play this. Right, level 9s. Here we go. Blazing Pincers. Attack 4. If a target occupies the hex, add the condition shown to the attack. Ooh, now that's a unique kind of attack, huh? That's got like a Geminate feel to it. 2 wounds to these guys here. That's a really odd... That's a really odd one, right? That's so strange. I can't even get my head around that pattern. I guess maybe your ally is here? That makes sense. Because then they would kind of surround like this. Maybe even have an enemy here too. The name plus pattern makes sense. Blazing Pincers. I mean, yeah, I guess it does. Throwing those claws out. Those giant extendable claws. It is a really cool pattern. But a little bit... I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just thinking about it the wrong way. Like, these hexes, sometimes the way I picture it is that there's nothing there. But honestly, there could be anything there. There could be an ally there. Could be another enemy there. Could be whatever. It's just specifically you're attacking these things, right? And that's kind of like... bit of a weird thing to get your head round sometimes. Because I'm trying to think, like, why would the enemies not be here? But of course there could be an enemy there. It's just the way it's designed, right? There's also a top move with an element generation. That's true, but you would have to move into these hexes, right? So you do have the scuttle, which is a good scuttle, by the way, because if you could get to like this hex, for example, then suddenly you're surrounded all around, or you've got plenty of good glows that could really work really well here. This is a good attack. Obviously, it's level 9. 4, 8, 12, 16 potential damage. Probably ends up being more like 8. Maybe 12, I would think. I don't know whether or not you get all 4 here. The wounds being on the furthest away ones is quite good because you can kind of, again, use this like a little bit of a ranged attack. Have your ally there. You just sort of sit behind if you needed to. So you can kind of play a little bit more defensively and get the wounds in here. Like, I think you'd be pretty happy to do attack 8 on these two guys, like attack 4, wound, wound. That's a really good thing. The only problem being that obviously wound is something we're using glows for, but this does take potentially the need to do that away, which then buys you some space for something like this, right? Instead, it buys you a slot, if you like. All right, I mean, I like it. I think it's a very unique thing. Doesn't feel crazy level 9 power level to me, though. Move 3, attack 3, create any element. Well, I mean, yeah, that's great. That's very good. Move and an attack. And create any element you want. I mean, sure. It's very vanilla, you know. It's not particularly exciting, but it works. It's gonna do a lot of work, you know. It's nothing that I think. I mean, I guess the problem that I have with this kind of thing is that this is cool, but this is so easy to do that it will probably end up just being this all the time. I don't know. But again, with that cursed initiative. It's just extremely reliable card. Not going to swing the battle heavily in one turn. No. But I think like that's kind of like, so efficiency of actions is obviously very, you know, it's a huge thing in Gloomhaven, right? And this is just incredibly efficient action, right? It's incredibly like, I'm going to move. Even if you didn't attack, you just move 3 and create an element. That does something, you know, but obviously you want to try and do everything, but just being able to basically do like this is the value of like a level 1 top, you know, pretty much, you know. So just being able to like move, attack, do this, and then follow up with some other kind of a top attack potentially. You've got your glows as well, which give you extra value. So just if you're talking about like economy of actions, like this kind of thing, it's just incredibly efficient, which will probably end up meaning that most players will play it for this, not this, I would think. Just because of the way that you can play this on any turn and it will probably be good. Whereas this will be like, oh, you need to kind of make it really good, right? You know, make it real good. I kind of hope that the other level 9 is spicier than this, to be honest. Not, I think it's good, but I was hoping for something a bit spicier, you know? Okay. Light the way. Summon. It's a glow, but it's a summon. Okay. During your turn, summon Gleaming Squid. Consume dark and ice to summon Gleaming Squid. Which...
yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Which has 3 health, 3 move, attack 2 with generate light on its attacks, pierce 3... Is this reusable summon? Reusable summon, chat. Infinite summons. Okay, to be...
yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
No, so you can only have 1 summon at a time, though, right? Because when you summon it, you would put the, you know, like the marker here, and you'd put the marker on the board, right? So you can only have 1 summon at a time. But still, you can, when that one dies, you can just resummon it, right? It should be 1 at a time. If it's anything to do with like, so for example, I had this debate with someone before about 3 spears and whether or not 3 spears could have infinite summons, because in theory they can play a summon item, then they can get that small item back again and play it again, right? But you can only have 1 summon out at one time because you actually use the item card as the indicator for the summon, right? You need to put the marker on it, and that indicates how much health it's got and its movement and its stats, right? And then once it dies, then it would essentially, that would go away, right? So I would assume that this would function in much the same way, because what you would do is that when you make the summon, essentially this becomes the summon stat card. You would have the token on here to indicate what number of token it was, and you would have the token on the board. The matching tokens that you get in the game would go on here and here, and that would be what this is. And then when it dies, instead of this going to like the lost pile, for example, it would just be in your active area. It's weird though, right? Because like all of the other ones had the burn symbol on it. Even the small items had the burn symbol on it. So like it made more sense, right? Because it was like, well, the card is not in your lost pile, so therefore you can't recover it. Because it's not a small item that's in your lost pile, because you're using that small item to indicate the health and the token of the summon. It is their stat card. So it made more sense in the 3 spears argument, but here it's weird because there's no lost. So in theory, it is just there. So you could say, well, just stack multiple tokens on it, right? Can also discard and play again, like all the other glows. How cool will it be to discard this to the level, to this though, right? Kind of funky. Generate light on attack. What was the card that burned light a couple of levels ago? You want about the bless one? Could be free blesses. I think the light also generally was plus attack for us at level 1, and also immobilize, sorry. I mean, obviously we've also got that big level 5 card too, right? That consumes every element, so You're not sure you know right away, but you 100% get the definitive answer for the level 9 glow, and also make sure it's in the FAQ. So in my opinion, it should, well, obviously if it's infinite summons, it's kind of broken, but it's level 9, so that may be the intent. It may be the intent. It's only got 3 health, 3 movement. It's a melee summon. It's going to get itself into trouble. It's going to die. I really like the fact that they put Pierce on here to keep this relevant, though, so that actually with your terrible deck, I say terrible, it's good for you, but not good for summons, right? With your deck that's going to mostly draw like +1s and things like that, then this actually now turns into an attack 3 on most enemies, like at this kind of level, which is nice. I think that works pretty well. Obviously generating light is really cool, but I just don't feel like you can get infinite summons here, because if it functions like every other summon in the game, this is the stat card for the summon in play, so you would need multiple. Hence why, I mean, it's not a great example, but if you look at like Bone Shaper, for example, has multiple stat cards for the skeletons, right? Even though when the skeleton dies, it gets discarded, right? Like the awkward thing here is that there's no, because it's got this infinity symbol and it's kind of out there. I would also assume that if we were to play another glow, we would actually lose this summon, maybe? Like the summon would get unsummoned, because essentially there's no stat card for it. That's another weird thing to put in the FAQ. Maybe it's worth thinking about. I mean, I would assume that you can only have one summon, and it specifically uses this card as its stats. If this card was to go away for whatever reason, then the summon would also go away, and you could only have one while there's one on there, right? It's interesting though. It's a more interesting card than the other level 9, but maybe not more powerful. I mean, yeah, I think it's infinitely more interesting. Infinitely more interesting. Plus, it's going to take hits, take one hit for you, do a little bit of damage. I guess The double consume on the elements is quite taxing though, right? And it's very specific. If it was consume any 2 elements, we could maybe be looking at like, wow, this could be really cool because we could either take elements away from the enemy, or we wouldn't have to worry about what we're generating. It's no Falcon, that's for sure. Yeah. You know, we wouldn't have to worry about, but this is 2 very specific elements, one of which we know is quite useful for other cards. The ice, less so. So the ice, I'd be happily give up ice for this. Dark, although having said that, we've had less and less cards that really care a lot about dark, I would say. And we've had a lot of generators. So, you know, potentially you could be running this and just making dark all the time, and maybe it's in abundance. Really interesting. I would love to, yeah. I would like to see what the ruling is on this. So if you find out, Nits, and post it in the Discord, that'd be cool. Because I'd like to know what the official ruling is. But my initial feeling would be you only get 1 summon, and that's it. Like, and then obviously once that dies, you could then get another one, right? Because it's out and it's there. So, but you could only have 1 of these guys at a time. And it's powerful, but pretty fair, I think. Like, maybe not like super strong, but like interesting to just be able to chuck a body into the fray every now and again. It's kind of cool. Okay, bottom. Once per turn, if you move 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate fire or light. Okay. Cool. So that's another way of generating. And it's pretty free. We got a lot of extra moves, right? Also, the wording on this is quite important, right? I feel like this is missing a D. But so the way it says, if you move 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate fire or light, right? Doesn't say we have to move 4 in one single action. And we know we got plenty of cards that split our movement. I felt like I'm pretty sure that's what it means. If you move 4 or more hexes, just like if you have during your turn, if you have moved more than 4, you can generate. I just feel like there should be a D here. Like if you moved 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate fire or light. Because there's no benefit for doing this middle of a turn, right? Because well, you can't use elements that you generate on your turn in your turn. So generation of elements always happens at the end of your turn anyway. So it feels like, for example, like they could actually completely get rid of this once per turn. Doesn't matter. Just put, if you moved 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate light, fire, or light. Like you can actually just completely get rid of this first bit of text and just change that to moved, and it would make sense, right? Unless there's something else that I'm not seeing here. I just feel like this is worded slightly weirdly for what the intention is, right? Any move to scuttle can accomplish this. How? You mean, yes, but like, oh, sorry, I thought you meant like a single scuttle. You still have to pair it with something, right? Scuttle is only 2 out of 4. You're halfway there. You need another 2, right? If so, you can't move 4, make fire, move 4, make light. Not sure how you're moving 8 a turn, but yeah, well, that's why I'm saying, like, it's weird, right? They don't need to have the once per turn. They can just have here, if you moved 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate fire or light. They've got the or here, right? Which kind of also protects against anyone trying to do that, right? It's just one-time use. It just, it's a bit weird. Like, it just feels like this information, I mean, it's fine. It's not, it's just extra. It feels superfluous, right? It just feels like it's like so much so that I'm like, you know, am I missing something here, right? Like, am I missing that there's something here? Because really, if it just said, if you moved 4 or more hexes during your turn, generate fire or light, I don't see how that's any different. And it's 3 less words, right? Maybe someone else help you also move 4. It says during your turn, though. Like, so there's no, like, unless there's something that I'm missing, I don't get it. You got the top about the infinite summons. What? You got the answer about the top infinite summons. You can unleash the swarm and your allies will rue the day they thought they had hexes to actually move into. So you can infinitely... You can have infinite summons. Crazy. I felt like that's very... I mean, like, I'm fine with that, if that's the ruling. Because it's a very unique card. Like, there's no other kind of summon that's fits within this kind of space, if you like. It does... To be fair, though, it does use up a glow spot, right? You can only have 1 glow. And one thing that I said at level 1, would be interesting to know if we get a card that allows us to have more than 1 glow active at any one time. We never got it. So that is it. 1 glow is all you get. So it does take up your glow spot. And it's double element. Yes, absolutely. So it's expensive and it takes up your glow spot. So maybe that's okay. Maybe that's balanced enough. And it is level 9, right? Let's do some silly things at level 9. Odds are they won't last long anyway, so I won't have... Yeah, I mean, like, you can summon 1 per turn, right? And then if it somehow lives till the next turn, maybe you can make another one that turn. I guess what you could try and do is you could not open a door and just sit there infinitely spawning them. Like, in theory, right? Until you have enough, and then open the door and let the squid army just run through the door for you. And also, because it's a melee summon, its usefulness will also be nerfed a little bit, right? Because it's, you know, there's going to be, it won't be able to get to an it's kind of weird that this doesn't have flying, though. Give it flying, damn it. I want my flying squids. Honestly, the lack of the class having you can have 2 glows is surprising, but makes sense given the element cost to have them. Double glows would be never using other consumers. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the it's a very high price, isn't it? I think they've done a really good job of balancing the elements on this class. Like, I felt like one thing so I think that we can draw some quite good parallels between like this character and the Bright Spark, right? Because the Bright Spark also has this huge element thing going on, right? Generates a bunch of elements, consumes like just any element all the time, has all of that kind of that theme going on within it. Well, this character sort of strips that back a bit and kind of goes, no, I'm going to use 4 elements. I'm going to use them really, really well. And I've got a very set way of generating and using them. So it just feels a bit more put together, a little bit less messy. Whereas the Bright Spark just feels chaotic. This feels actually quite well kind of designed and reasoned out. Like, make this, you use this. Like, the economy of making and using the elements feels very balanced and nice and feels like there's a good flow to it. Whereas I feel like a Bright Spark, it was just like, make a bunch of elements, like crazy stuff's going on, consume a bunch of whatevers. Like, it just got very busy. Whereas this just feels kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, it feels like quite like just well fit together, right? Like a puzzle that's kind of comes together. You generally find this class is hate triangles. If you stuck to 4 elements, you could have probably been great. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, that's a really good comment because, like, in a way, it really, like, triangles was a character that maybe pushed it too far. And also too far because then people, they also printed a dumb card, or 2 dumb cards, which was Vengeance and Eternal Equilibrium. 2 cards that should never have been made. But, you know, they push you in a certain way at that point, which I dislike. Whereas I feel like this character makes good use of all 4 of their elements all the way from level 1 to level 9. And even when I'm not playing the support build, right, we said that ice was the kind of weaker element for us because we're not kind of thinking we're going to be playing that support. There's still good abilities that use ice that we will still have it. And even when ice is not maybe the ability that we really want, right, there's still a few things that we can do with it, right? We still got cards like this that are like, bam, suddenly we can use the ice, right? And I like that. I like that there's even though you can kind of focus on 3, maybe you pick 3 of them that are combined with. I think these 3 are like the offensive ones, really. And then kind of like these 2, I would probably say like these ones are like the defensive ones. So the difference is kind of like this and this between either missing fire. Oh, I don't know. Fire's quite good though for the wounds. So maybe you still have fire. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure on that. But anyway, I think it's a good use. They managed it well. You didn't find Bright Spark could make much elements. All I remember is a lot of cards, especially at the high levels, just having a lot of the any element symbol on them. Like just loads of them. And I just found like the cards and the class got very like samey and kind of chaotic towards the end. Like it's kind of like one of those things where, well, I don't know what elements you're going to have, so I'll just let you have all of them and just work it out. Which is another way of trying to deal with that issue, is instead, you know, make it any element, because then it doesn't matter if you're... And also you don't have that annoying problem, right, of, oh, I'm in a scenario against night demons. They keep stealing my night and going invisible. Damn you, night demons. You know, you can, if you have any element, you can switch to the other element, and then it's okay. You know, you can still play with it. But... This class feels hard to judge from the first glance how balanced the element generation consumption is, particularly with the huge make 4 burns. Yes. One thing that I am not sure of is that combination of making and consuming. Like, how much is enough making to match the consuming that we want to do, right? What's the right balance between those 2 sets of abilities? I feel like this character's got a really good suite for it though, which is great. You know, there's even at level 1 it feels very forgiving, you know, with all of your glows also just making an element as well, which is a really nice touch. Just keeps things going, and that's really good. And I kind of I would feel more confident being a newer player playing this type of like kind of element type of character than I would, you know, triangles or anyone like that, because they feel a lot harsher, whereas this feels very easy. Because even if you're struggling, right, you can always play your glows, you get 1 XP, you generate an element. Even if you wanted to play the game on a very surface level, like I don't really know what I'm doing, you can play the top of this, you can get 1 XP, you can generate like an element. Next turn, you can do this, you can get yourself an attack 2, PS2, 1 XP, you got yourself 2 XP in the bag, you're on your way to leveling up, right? Whereas triangles was like, if you don't consume an element, if you don't do it right, you ain't getting anything. Nothing. You get nothing. You get nothing. You have to stay at level 1 because you need to learn. You know, it's like, you know, it's like forgiving, right? Also, just playing a glow and the move 2 that gives that glow's element is very easy to do. Yeah, true. Very true too. The way that they've matched the elements up is very good, right? You need to create fire for this. The ice is on this one, right? So then you can play this one to do the move 2, right? Simple. And that's it's very easy for people to understand that. Just go, cool, okay, so next turn I want to have fire and I'm gonna have light. Okay, so how do I get fire? Okay, I can do a move to fire, great. And then what consumes light? Okay, well, I've got this attack here, which would be quite cool. Or potentially maybe I could change my glow and make fire again. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, so what I'll do then is I will do that. I will move. I will use the wound on my glow. And then I will play this to immobilize the enemies. Cool. So I've wounded and immobilized a bunch of people. And now I've created fire. Awesome. Okay, so now like on the next turn, I can do this. And I can do attack 2 or whatever. And then I could do like a move... like I could create light again or something, you know, like feels like there's a really nice, like there's a few more options to like the combination of things that you do, right? Whereas I feel like with triangles in particular, you had to have a very strict way of playing. Otherwise, generally speaking, you're going to have a pretty miserable time. Nice. All right. Well, I thought that was a really good class to review. So thank you everybody who voted on that one in the Discord. That was a very good, I think that was a very good character review. It was a fun one to review. So there we have it. There is the Lurker Luminary character. One that I liked quite a lot, actually. I thought there was some really cool mechanics here. Reminds me a lot of the Banner Spear character, actually, from Frosthaven, with the kind of formations, but then also you've got the kind of scuttle mechanic, which I thought was really cool. Very thematic character in many ways, maybe sometimes to the detriment of the abilities, but I think they worked it in actually really, really well. And I think it's quite a powerful character as well when you look at it on the surface. So yeah, definitely one that I think a lot of people are going to enjoy. And just the fact that you can now actually play a Lurker, I think a lot of people are going to embrace their inner crab and yeah, just enjoy being able to play a Lurker for the first time maybe. Again, a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters over on Patreon and the Twitch subs. It means so much to me. The Patreon people coming up on screen now. If you would like to get involved in the Patreon, go over to patreon.com/managerequest. I do release videos early over there. Most of my guide videos get released at least a week early over there, so you can always go check them out and get a sneak peek. And as always, don't forget to come over to the Twitch channel every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. Wednesday is when I will be doing Crimson Scales reviews again, and there will be a vote up in the Discord, so there'll be a link down below to my Discord as well. There will be a vote going up shortly, and that will basically be next week's class that we look at, and we'll go in order. But we've already done a few, and there are some that I'm sort of getting through the backlog here, trying to upload them. So there will be a few that I've already done, but haven't quite made it to YouTube yet, or missing off of the stream. So stay tuned for those, but that's the reason why maybe some of those characters might be missing from the poll. So all that's left for me to say is thank you again so much for watching the video. I will catch you in the next one. Bye.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's the blessing from Cameron. That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?